Welcome to the 10th edition of COS-ICT. This year's edition is special in two ways. Firstly is the decennial year of the biggest technology event in the region. And secondly, we are happy that finally we get to meet you physically. Thank you for the support during these years, and thank you for all of you that are following us online through the platform. During these following days, we're going to hear from a lot of experienced individuals from the industry, and also don't forget that in this stage we have the gaming tournaments for all the gamers and gaming lovers, so stay tuned. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker for today. He is the business unit manager from EuroTarget with special focus on the Department of Software Developing and IT Network Systems. Here to talk about software as a tool for the digitalization of HR processes is Mr. Berat Rečica. Welcome.
Thank you, Visa. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. Today, shortly, I would like to present one of our software programs that we have developed within our company that supported us on digital transformation. This pointer is not functioning now. Okay. Before we start with digital transformation, I would like briefly to mention two issues that are part of the history, part of digital transformation history that the world that time faced. One of them is a profession called knocker-uppers. Knocker-uppers, if you see from the pictures, they were more or less a profession that they went through a suburb, through a street, knocking on the doors of the people, because that time in England, let's say, during industrial revolution, there were no alarm clocks. So imagine what kind of profession was in England until 1970s. The second is a product that was a part of development of ICT, and it is a floppy disk which is interesting that most of new developers or young developers have no idea why the icon of save button is connected to. Imagine floppy disk that time when IBM introduced for the first time and started for commercial use in 1986. It was the size of 1.44 megabytes. And believe me, I had some, and some of them are only 50% filled because of the documents with low profile. Digital transformation. We started digital transformation within HR because this is the part where most of administrative work is done, and we needed this digital transformation in order to automate processes, to reduce the double work, and to maximize productivity, efficiency, and effectiveness of our employees. But before digital transformation, we started with digitization and also with digitalization. However, as all processes in all fields, also digital transformation is facing with some challenges that I would like to briefly explain on the next slide. We used to call offliners. Offliners are older people that are not able to use digitalization. They were not even able during COVID-19 to make the appointment for their vaccine. So this is a kind of challenge for all generations, that everything now it's going through digital transformation, while they are leaving behind, and also they are facing with a lot of other challenges to receive their services. Another video that reminds me some of our challenges, and not only in our company, but also in other organizations, and especially in public institutions, because in public institutions, the average age of the employees is a bit higher than in our companies, in the private sector. Probably the voice. Okay, thank you.
Why did you die? My life was perfect till you died. I'd wake up in the morning, smiles on my face, waiting for another day. I was so happy. And then it all went black. My life, every day is hell. Sometimes I wish I was dead myself. Why did you die? Why did you die?
Who was he, Bud?
My wife's first husband.
Similar to this video, we have also some of the people who are really against inventions, really against digital transformation because they cannot be adopted. They got used with hard working, with hard copies, and also they are not able to learn new strategy and digital transformation within companies or organizations. But as I mentioned in the beginning, the first step before we do digital transformation is digitization. Digitization is the process of converting all analog files and hard copy files to digital one. This is very crucial before we start with the second phase of digital transformation, that we call it digitalization. So means in this case, when we have digitized all hard copy documents, we start with digitalization, means we continue to automate processes that we have within our companies. I didn't mention our company was established in 2011, while we have developed this software only 7-8 years later. So we had a lot of documents that we had to digitize first, and also in the same time to continue with digitalization. The third step is digital transformation, which includes both digitization and digitalization. However, digital transformation is also beyond that, because we have to think what processes to be eliminated. So not everything to be automated, but also to use lean methodology by eliminating unnecessary processes. So accelerating them, simplifying them, and using digitalization. This is, like in general terms, it's a digital transformation that we went through as a company. In order to do so, as a Cube Target, as a software that we have developed within our company, within EuroTarget, we went through some steps. Like the first one is defining what we want to achieve with digital transformation within HR, identifying also who will implement the digital transformation. The third step was hiring additional staff, because in that time we were lucky having a very well experienced senior software developers and also HR team. But again, we needed someone who was able to communicate between the developing team and other employees. During that time, we were supposed to organize a lot of workshops, a lot of trainings, in order to advance the knowledge about digital transformation within our company. The fourth step was timing. We wanted to draft a time frame, how long it will take in order to develop such a project, such a software. And we have identified which processes during digital transformation needs to be eliminated. We prepared the whole company with digital transformation process, means we digitalized, and also we prepared the team by using them, because it is a pity that you have all the processes on board, and there are some people that they don't want to use them. So it was a kind of process within our company that we needed to to convince them to continue on, like to run their daily activities by using digital technology. And the last, we tried to create the culture of digitalization, because this was very necessary to continue further with our application. Why we started is because as Target company, we started on 2011, and we started only with 5 employees. However, the number of employees has been increased. During this time, we needed to increase also transparency towards our employees. In addition to that, also we have increased transparency about their salary calculations, about their leave days, working schedule plans, and a lot of other information that we provided to our employees, which was not very easy if we wouldn't start implementation of Cube Target. The second point why we started with digital transformation was the development of our team. We wanted to create, like we have created a performance evaluation module through which we have created training needs assessment, annual training plans, and also we have created a very clear career building path for our employees, which was very crucial for reducing the fluctuation within our company, and which will be also used for other purposes as well. The third point was cost saving and productivity. During that time, when we started with the module of workforce, we had only 120 employees, and imagine we needed 3 employees working within workforce management to deal with working schedules of these 120 employees. Now the number is increased above 350, while only half FTE needs to work on the working schedules of all this stuff. So this was in the same time cost saving, because we are not supposed to pay now 3 salaries or 6, but we are supposed to pay only half of the salary for one, like for managing the working staff. And also there is less time spent on double work. On double work, not only in HR, but also in finance, in marketing. We have tried to automatize the process, starting from recruiting process as well. The fourth is recruitment. It supported us because we used very friendly approach towards our candidates, potential candidates. We have created a history, we have created lists, but in addition to that, it was very useful also for our marketing department. Like we would like to mention within Synergy, because this channelized the source of information that our candidates are receiving from us. Means everyone who is applying, we know from which source he knows the information, and it was very easy for marketing to make the decision on what sector needs to invest. Like, for example, usually we do receive applications from social media, and in this case we don't need to invest in other sectors, but we invest in social media. So it is very helpful also for marketing. The last but not least, why we started with digitalization was because of communication. In most of the cases, when the company has more than 100 employees, in most of the cases it's possible that not all employees read emails. So whatever you send them as a general information, as urgent information, they don't read them. So what we did, it's like we have developed Cube Target, and we have requested our employees to enter this software on daily basis. Like when they start working, they have to put like "I'm here" entrance, and then when they quit, when they go home, they will put "exit." It will be very important for us because we know we communicated with them. We use Cube Target. We use this software as our internal intranet. In general, we have the initial phase of developing the cube target was 2018. We have defined, identified, and we have also assessed the timing frame of developing. On 2019, we have started only with few modules because the main necessity was to increase transparency towards our employees. So we have created the phase one like front end and also initial modules which are mostly module of employees, module of management of leaves, and also salary module. On 2020, we have advanced with workforce module, with recruiting, and also what we did is because we started for own purposes, for own uses, but in the later stage, since it became something good because it's like 100% in use from us, we have created another module which is a multi-language module, and it's customizable. The whole software has around 1,300 different words, and imagine through this module you can translate the whole program, the whole software, and you can use it in one day. After you translate all these documents, everything will be transferred to the databases. During 2021, we have started improving the modules that we had, and also we started automatization, like a recruiting process, because during recruiting process we had transferred automatically all the details of the applicants. If the applicant is hired from our company, then all his details are moved to the module of employers. The target or the goal for 2022, since we would like to expand our market and selling this product, the target is clouding and hosting in Azure. So this is the target for 2022, and also further optimization due to big data movement within the software. Probably this is more for developers. What we have used for front end, it's like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap, SignalR, Angular, JS, and also Ajax. For backend, we have used ASP.NET framework, MVC C#, and ASP.NET Core. And also we use some web services and APIs. While for database, it was MSQL Server 2016. And we have started also developing this product on mobile version as well with React Native, also by using Java and Swift. As a company, we are established, as I mentioned, in 2011. We are a branch of Evroenergie and also part of Horizonte Group. It's a consortium made from German, Switzerland companies, and also we are part of this consortium. We have around 380 employees currently in all three companies that we have here in Kosovo. I do have, okay. This is more or less Horizonte Group consortium. And besides software developing, we do provide support on IT networks, on IT network engineering. Hope everything is okay. I'm in the end. You can hear, you can still hear me, right? Okay. As a company, we are certified with the ISO 27001 and 9001 since 2017. And yeah, we are located in Pristina with 2 offices. One office is in Pia and another office is in Gilan. Thank you very much. Open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Recisa, for your input. We will be back in 5 minutes with another topic for today. Thank you. We will continue with the next topic for today, which is brought to you by ICT for Kosovo's growth, the digital transformation of businesses. Will be presented by Mr. Ahmet Yetullahu, who is the team leader and a consulting strategic project manager at Pristina Rea. Mr. Yetullahu, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot, Vesa. Hello, everybody. Hello, ICT friends and networks and partners. Today, my speech is related to the business digitalization and transformation of business into the new age, as we call it, the decade of digital transformation 2030. The topic that we will discuss and try to explain and motivate businesses and young enthusiasts of ICT is related to the digital age or digital age 2030, in the sense of following the new trends, the new developments, the new technologies, the new instruments, processes, automation, and of course, competition and innovation. So now we, as ICT for Kosovo's Growth project, being implemented by We Global and Pristina Rea, are working hard as much as we can together with our partners from Ministry of Economy, from Prime Minister, from Ministry of Education, business community, STEC, and others, in order to bring new ideas, new partnerships, and new, of course, tools to promote the ICT and digital skills, not only locally, but also internationally. The topic that today we are going to discuss through this stage is regarding the key concepts of supporting and developing the business into the digital transformation age. Thus, this is the subject that we will try to explain today. In the sense of Digital Agenda 2030, as EU is promoting it, as EU decade of digital transformation, we as Kosovo, as country, as business community, are trying to fusion, to create new synergies and bring all partners and stakeholders together into this age of business transformation. In the level of our context as country, we are very hopeful that business community is again the leading instrument not only to the economic development but also to the internationalization and competition in the sense of digital transformation. The key gaps that are now facing with in this regard is how business community can lead the transformation of the economy, support to the society and welfare of the country. The key role in this sense is the sector that we belong to, ICT sector, ICT community. While the most relevant partner originally is, of course, the education sector. So the gap or mismatch, as we call, between the skills being developed and produced by education system and then prepared for the labor market and ICT community is the way that we want to contribute altogether. In the recent years and new ages, new periods, we have been closely connected with all international partners that are working and dealing and covering the digital transformation of businesses. Also here in Kosovo and in the region. Some of the key issues that we want to mention is the support to the increase of the use of e-services, e-commerce, e-businesses, digitalization, and of course one of the most influential factor is generating a new mindset, a new concept of making people think for the e-life or e-work, or transforming their behaviors, their way of thinking into a digital transformation decade. Some of the strengths that we would like to mention today are also produced in figures and in statistics. Kosovo is now among the leading country in Europe, or maybe even widely, with the access to the internet, which is a miracle that we should use it not only for simple communication and social media and access to, but make it as key instrument for education, working, doing business, connectivity, development, innovation, and promotion of the achievements. As you can see, now we are almost 96% of the whole country being covered with internet access, which is above the average of the EU. This has come with the support of CODE project being implemented by Ministry of Economy and supported by World Bank. And currently, in these days, so the number has gone even to 99.8%. It means, speaking in numbers again, there are only less than 10 villages waiting for the last connections to the internet in the whole country. So we can say it's 100% covered with the internet access. In terms of businesses, there is a new now age that we want to bring everybody into the digital transformation age. As you can see, last year, and it is now, of course, improving, 100% of enterprises in our country had access to the internet. So all companies do have access to the internet. And this is the most advantages developed during the last years in terms of business development. While the e-government, e-commerce, and e-businesses are not the key components that we have been able to develop or compete with the Europe indicators. In this sense, there is still a lot to be done and enhance the e-government services, e-citizen services, e-commerce, e-business, e-payments, and so on. In figures, again, last year, as per the figures being produced by the Statistical Agency of Kosovo, only 5.3% of internet users submitted completed forms online, which is much lower than in EU average, which is 57% as EU average. So 5.3 with 57%. While in the last few months, this percentage has gone to 35%. So the pandemic circumstances increased a lot the use of e-services and e-businesses. So now we have almost 35%, and this was during the second quarter of this year. Probably each month it is increased and increased currently. Taking into consideration the newest developments and trends and achievements, we can say that Kosovo now is an information society as country, as society, as population, and as ecosystem. While the current endeavors of government levels, education, business, policies, international actors and stakeholders is becoming a gigabit society. in the sense of having the e-business concept everywhere, so used by everybody. And that is called now the gigabit society. And of course, the human capital, the IT tools, technologies, instruments, applications are part of these developments. Some other figures that we have been able to generate recently. Use of internet, let's say by gender. There are 57.4% used by male and about 40% used by female. These figures are again produced by the Statistical Agency of Kosovo. While about 26% of individuals use the internet for private purposes, communications and related needs, while this number it's on daily basis increased and increased. While 9.4% is used for downloading or printing official forms that we use on our daily life, either education, work, business, and so on. So 9.4% is used for downloading official forms. Another indicator is that around 5.3% is used for submitting then completed forms. So there's 9% for downloading and 5.3% for submitting completed official forms, while in EU, this indicator is almost 57%. So there's a lot to be done in this context, mainly enforcing the e-government, e-services, and e-education. In the sense of individuals using the internet and e-commerce, again, 35.4% of individuals in last year and last quarter of 2020 have used internet for buying and ordering goods and services through online services. So now we have the recent months, it is still increased, while the average in EU is 40%. So quite close to EU average. In other figures, 43.1% of individuals never bought or ordered goods and services online. These are some figures that we want to compare regarding the context and statistics of digital transformation of business in our country. Some distinguishing figures about the context of our country. First, multi-language skills of especially young people and overall population, which is maybe among the leading one in the region. Of course, using euro from the first day, it's another big advantage. We can compare it only if we go to some countries which don't use euros and the complexities that this can bring. The entrepreneurial spirit and working culture, it's a special feature of our population as well. And of course, the involvement of women in ICT, it's the flourishing factor of our society. Another key issue is that ICT is heavily supported by main international donors in our country. So EU, World Bank, USAID, GIZ, etc. Regarding the doing business profile, we are now in 57 ranking position. 2 years ago, we were in 44. Now, due to not keeping that developing trends, we are lower, so in 57 ranking position. VAT for general use is 18%, while for food and related items is 8%. Also, the corporate income taxes is 10%, which is a good advantage for doing business in our country. Of course, personal taxes is 0 to 10%. In terms of digital transformation and digital economy and digital age, of course, our economy is not in the best position as we would like to. However, now the Kosovo government, the new policies, the new strategies of the government has put ICT as one of the key components towards the next 5 years developments as governmental program policy. Again, ICT as industry is growing, is among the most rapid growing segment of our economy in the last years, and it kept quite a kind of growing indicators to the GDP contribution, which is about 8 to 11%, while in other countries, especially in Western Balkan, it's double. All these are kind of contributors to making our country a knowledge economy through the ICT developments. Again, when we want to reach some objectives, we have to do some comparisons, some statistics, some analysis, and see where are the options that we could improve and get good models. In terms of the households, it's about 93.4% of them that get home internet access, while now it's 96.4% with the CODE project support. In the terms of mobile penetration, it's about 110%. It's again as per the RCAP, our regulatory authority statistics, while mobile brand is about 78% in the recent quarter. The majority of our ICT companies are local, I mean national ownership, about 70%, and the rest are mixed and international ownership related. The new governmental program, which has been produced 3 months ago and also approved by the government, 2021-2025, they put developing ICT infrastructure and capacities as the key objective for the next 5 years. While digital agenda 2022-2030 is the leading horizontal strategy which is being developed by Pristina area and partners, supported by CODE and World Bank project. And this strategy for digital transformation is to be finalized by the end of this year. Together with digital agenda, also the 5G mobile infrastructure is being now the key priority for our government in terms of supporting the digitalization of the society, economy, and e-governance. This also will be pretty much supported by the EID system, which now has been produced as a system, and hopefully the EID implementation will start from next year. The training of young people, ICT digital skills improvements, and let's say avoiding the gap between the education and work labor market and business community request is becoming closer and closer. So everybody now has understood that a key factor to the economic development and business support is creating quality skills by education system in the terms of ICT. So curricular development in the ICT, and I hope our colleagues from LuxDev and Ministry of Education will talk much more about these items. The promotion of public-private partnership platforms is a lack that we are not in the best situation now, and that's a very good, promising opportunity that in the next coming years we should promote and support it. The concept of technological park, innovation park, and so on are key instruments in promoting, in supporting, encouraging, and bringing new synergies to the ICT digital age. Of course, the leading instrument in Europe is Digital Innovation Hub. And later on, we'll have a presentation from our colleagues from Slovenia that they will show us how Digital Hub Slovenia supported the whole economy, society, young people, and government as well. Now, let's go back to the digital transformation concept and digital agenda. The vision of digital agenda is having a country which is a digital modern country. And this is the plan for the next 8 years that digital agenda is bringing here. In terms of bringing a very efficient public administration in place with workable and modern infrastructure, which is to be still advanced, and a contribution to the society, to citizens, to education, and to economic development. So this is the concept and the vision of Digital Agenda 2030. Digital transformation of businesses is the leading objective or strategic objective within this strategy, and in the leading role towards economic development. The key components that digital transformation concept based on the EU trends and international developments are focused on 3 key measures or strategic objectives as we call them. The first one is digital enhancement of businesses, particularly SMEs. This is because mainly about 96% of our business community is SMEs, so micro, small, and medium enterprises. The second key priority or strategic priority of this digital transformation is increase digital skills of employees. Now, the doing business platform and concepts and processes is a lot depending on the skills being developed by the employees of the companies. So new technologies, new instruments, new platforms, new systems, new applications, again, are to be used by employees. And in terms of bringing the values of all these achievements in the terms of technological developments, we need to have skilled employees. So this is now the second key strategic objective towards business digital transformation. And the third one is maybe a new trend which is the best instruments to go ahead, is supporting the development of innovative ICT sector with a stronger digital growth mindset. So this innovative ICT sector is the third priority that will contribute to the digital transformation of businesses and especially SMEs in our country. If we look for some key indicators in this concept based on the EU digital agenda that has been approved by EU Commission 3 months ago, it's by 2030, 75% in total of of enterprises or SMEs take up cloud computing services, big data, AI, digital enhancement of businesses, particularly SMEs, and 90% of the SMEs by 2030 should reach at least a basic level of digital intensity in use within their businesses. So this is when Kosovo is the way ahead looking for. Now, currently, we lack trustful data regarding these key figures if businesses have started to use all these tools in their daily operation. If we go to the first strategic objective, which is digital enhancement of businesses, particularly SMEs, there are 4 key objectives that are the leading platforms to supporting the digital transformation. The first one is, of course, improve the capacities of organizations, chambers, associations, networks that support SMEs in terms of digital technologies and transformation tools. Professional support for development of competences and digital capabilities and tools and instruments in this regard. So this concept is the main one in the terms of enhancing and improving the digital skills for business organizations, chambers, associations, networks, and so on. The second one is assisting the digital enhancement of SMEs to support e-commerce and e-businesses. Again, if we go back to the previous slides and statistics, our country is quite behind the EU average in terms of EU data on e-commerce and e-businesses. And this is the next step that we will try to support and enhance through e-ID, e-signature, e-payment, then supporting the business transformation into a digital age. The third one, under this core priority, is developing a common online portal or web platform that will bring advices, tools, information, and networking for digital transformation. So we still we're not able to create this web platform supporting companies in particular steps of their developments towards digital transformation. And this portal is planned to be developed in the next 2 years by the government. So it will serve as a kind of one-stop shop for businesses in terms of digital transformation and their enhancement. The fourth one is, of course, as I mentioned previously, establishing a digital innovation hub. Now, currently, only in Europe, there are almost 57 digital hubs, and there is the umbrella of digital innovation hub in Brussels as well. So the digital hub innovation concept is mainly created to support the society, the government, the policymaker, businesses, and startups in the context of innovation and digital transformation. So this is now the new endeavor that the government is working together with partners on establishing the digital innovation hub of Kosovo, and then being part of the network of European digital innovation hub. As you have probably heard recently, here in this ITP there will be the digital transformation center, which is again supported by the Ministry of Economy and GIZ. This hub again will be a model of one-stop shop in regard to innovation and digitalization of SMEs and the startups. The fifth one is regarding a new scheme or grant scheme that will support SMEs and startups, only for ICT development and transformation processes towards their digitalization. This scheme, as a fund, is a model which is supported fully by EU, and recently we have had very, very good examples of this contribution towards the pandemic circumstances, especially in Southeast countries. Let's say Slovenia as well Serbia are very good examples of getting very, let's say, promising indicators regarding the innovation fund, supporting the SME, supporting the digital transformation and startups with innovative ideas. So this is the next instrument that will support our SMEs in this sense. The campaign, the awareness information campaigns are something what we will support society, young people, women in business, entrepreneurs and so on, get the benefits and lesson learned from the good success stories on business digital transformation. And so Ministry of Economy will lead this campaign from early next year towards promoting the achievements and success stories and benefits of digital transformation of businesses. Some of the key indicators in this sense are first, establishing the Digital Innovation Hub, whether it will be in IT prison or technological park in Brisa and Pristina, it will be decided by the government in the next month. And of course, improving the digital intensity score for enterprises. However, they say, unfortunately, our country is still not part of DESE, and we cannot include the measures being part of DESE, hoping in next month we'll be able to be member of this umbrella and then get real statistics and measures towards the digital transformation of the society in the overall developments. The key factor towards business digital transformation is supporting companies train their employees on using digital tools, technologies, instruments, applications, systems, platforms, computerization, automation, e-commerce, e-business, online marketing, digital marketing, and so on. So these are some of the key elements that we want to support further in terms of business digital transformation. However, not only the young generation, but also the working generation needs lifelong learning in the terms of using digital transformation tools in their working places. So the first one is digitalization of VAT system, lifelong learning, and cybersecurity knowledge for employees. The second one is facilitating and encouraging public-private partnership in terms of education and businesses through VAT instruments and VAT schools. Third one is supporting the sectoral improvements of digital transformation skills and practice know-how sharing. It means bringing good experiences, good success stories from one sector to another one, from one company to another one, and from one expert to the next, to the rest of network of experts. In relations to European good practices and European Digital Compass 2030, digital transformation of businesses by 2030, 3 out of 4 of companies should use cloud computing services. So this is the indicator EU Compass put for 2030. And also we have to follow it as much as possible. And then about 90% of SMEs should reach at least basic level of digital intensity. Then this pushes us a lot to go as much as possible towards business digital transformation. So these indicators also are included as part of the performing indicators for the next digital agenda of Kosovo 2030. The third priority was support to digital innovation of ICT development for stronger digital growth. Of course, in these new circumstances and internationalizations, digital transformation of business is the key instrument to the way ahead. And in that sense, there are several objectives that are planned to be developed for the next decade in order to then be within the average of EU development. The first one is stimulate ICT companies to utilize and use in practice in their daily operation as much as possible new technologies, big data, blockchain, tools, instruments, platforms, data mining, and so on. This mindset, this ecosystem should be supported by the government, by the businesses, by the organizations, and of course by university. Among key factors that can contribute in this sense is the research and development mindset to be still consolidated between the universities and private sector. Support the ICT companies developing new business models based on new technologies. These new models should be promoted and supported in order then, through them, encouraging the rest of sectors and industries and economic segments to be developed with new innovative approaches. Third one, promote the ICT Experts Advisory Scheme for manufacturing and exporting businesses. In the terms of being close to the company needs, in order to inform them, bring them new innovative ideas and make it function within the companies, the experts advisory services is to be established, where there will be a platform of having accredited ICT experts that will be in service of companies, non-ICT companies, and support them in digital transformation. So the vouchering scheme to be managed by the government, and then through the expert advisory team supporting the business digital transformation as per the requests being tailored by the provision of services by the experts services. And another attractive component is the implementation of B2B and matchmaking instruments in the sense of internationalizations, innovations, bringing together different sectors, different technologies, different markets, and so on. So B2B and matchmaking instruments is the leading instrument of supporting ambitious companies come together and share their needs, their potentials, their opportunities, and support each other. This is the new single market program main platform towards supporting the businesses. The third priority is supporting the development of innovative ICT sector for a stronger growth. The context of EU digital transformation and SME support now is the key EU ambition for 2030. In this sense, continuing promoting links with diaspora, not only with ICT diaspora business, but also for other sectors, is being considered as a key advantage for our economy. So we will bring all together and encourage this networking and matchmaking, bringing their experience, their potentials, their markets, their knowledge and know-how into supporting the ICT and digital development age for our country. Some of the key indicators in this priority is improved access to finance for startups. That's the key to contribute to the new mindset of digital age 2030 for our country. Enterprises with higher levels of digital intensity, using data for their business needs and business strategies and developments, of course, and all these with the promotion of new ICT technologies in place. This is the new concept within our Digital Agenda 2030 regarding the business digital transformation that is being prepared now together with the new action plan, supposed to be approved by the end of this year and start implementing from early next year. And that's the vision of digital transformation of our country, especially SMEs, into the new digital age 2030, as we call it. Thanks a lot for your interest and hoping some of these, thanks a lot, new initiatives will be in place soon with this new synergy, partnership and coordination that everybody is looking for. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Yatullah, thank you very much.
Thanks
If nobody else has a question, we will continue to our next topic. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Our next topic is also brought to you by ICT for Kosovo's Growth, which is going to be delivered by a cybersecurity professional with more than 30 years of outstanding experience. Here to talk about establishing a national cybersecurity ecosystem is Mr. Blerton Abazi. Welcome.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know it's lunchtime now, but I will try to be as shorter as possible, so maybe then we can use the rest of the time discussing together about this subject. In fact, the national cybersecurity resilience ecosystem is one of the most important issues that should be happen and should have been developed now, especially not just expanded in the Republic of Kosovo, but the idea is to establish a cybersecurity resilience within all the Western Balkan countries, at least 6 countries that currently are working on this. The idea of this project, or the idea of this discussion, brought here during the time that I saw that we have several lacks on the field of the cybersecurity in our country. For example, currently we still do not have the law on cybersecurity, which will be proceeded by the government, we hope this month or the next one. And the other one, we have an outdated national cybersecurity strategy, which are the 2 main pillars, 2 main issues, why we have several other lacks that can be affected also, not only to the institutional level, but also to the private sector. Okay, short presentation of me. I'm Blerton Abazi. I come from Kosovo. I work as a cybersecurity professor at UBT, and also I'm a cybersecurity consultant for several EU-funded projects, currently also part of the ICT for the Kosovo Growth. Why we came to this idea? First of all is contribution. We would like to contribute on the institutional level toward this digital transformation that currently is happening in our country. And basically, one of the main issues on this digital transformation is not only offering digital services, not only offering electronic services, but also offering a mechanism that will protect that digitalization, that will protect all the services that we will offer to the citizens. We have 2 discrepancies here. We have the citizens who would like all the time to have faster services and everything digital, but in the other side, we will have the security, and we cannot provide secure and faster services. If we want to have secure, we should follow some procedures from standards, which could be derived from the law, from regulations, and as well from the national cybersecurity strategy. The second is the system dependencies. In Kosovo, in general, we have different systems from the public institutions, starting from the local level, and national level, and also independent agencies. Basically, the most important issue is to create an intercommunication or interoperability between different levels of institution that we'll have. The third part, since we are a small country, we should aim to find or to establish this national cybersecurity resilience ecosystem based on the lowest possible cost. And this cost can be derived by providing with different open source platforms and resources that we can develop. The last one is the lack of trust and stability on the IT environments. As long as we will have a lack of trust on the instability in the IT environments, it comes just because of the lack of effective cybersecurity measures. Measures are very important. So basically, we have these administrative issues, procedures on the security part, we have the physical security, protecting all the environments, and we have also the logical security, which is followed by different security measures that we can use. The last one is secure environment for public services to the citizens of the Western Balkan. Basically, this is very important because we have a different redundant of information, and this has been founded during my research and my analysis that I did with all other countries in the region. We see that there are many threats, there are many vulnerabilities, many attacks that are happening, and probably the same way of attack that could happen on different countries. If we have this cybersecurity resilience, if we have this sharing of information centers, it will be much easier on solving this kind of issues. The importance of the cybersecurity ecosystem, first of all, the most important is that cybersecurity attacks are among the top risks on the global level. And this is true, especially starting from the March of 2020, when the pandemic COVID-19 started to grow up. This came a very big issue. And the other thing is that we have a gap between the technologies and the trends that are growing a lot, and the other side we have the legislations. So basically the biggest gap is between how much the institutions, how much the legislation and the government are doing to follow the trends on the technology. And there is a huge gap between them. So basically this gap creates this kind of security lacks in the field. Then we have the successful digital services. Fortunately, in Kosovo, during this pandemic, many digital services have been developed, and all of them were functioning properly, and this is good. But in fact, if we see in the back of the services, if we can audit those processes, we may see that there are a lot of non-compliance procedures that are happening, or duplication of the services, or trying to get the information from different sources, rather than we can establish one single solution for all of these points. And the other one is that all technologies. Of course, neither countries, neither big corporations cannot establish. Earlier systems were not simply designed with security in mind. This is the big problem, because nobody thought that we will have this growth of trends in the technologies, growth of trends in the digital transformation, or in the cybersecurity. So basically, there was not a security in mind during the establishing of very earlier systems in the technology. And this is the main part. How we can connect together the macro level, which are the government, regulators, and all the others, with the micro level. Micro level are businesses and the other parts. So basically, the main idea of establishing this national cybersecurity resilience ecosystem is not to create a secure environment only for the public institution. The idea is to create a secure environment on the line, on the chain, from the institutions, public sectors, independent agencies, businesses, SMEs, and citizens. So this is the biggest chain that we would like to create and to establish, and which will be very important on offering or on making population or making citizens feel more safe during these services. How we have changed this? Why we came to the cybersecurity ecosystem? Because we had a lot of pronunciations until now. We had the security, physical security, IT security, cyberspace, and the others. So basically, the cyberspace is one of the parts which we would like to transform on the cybersecurity ecosystem. And the cybersecurity ecosystem is much wider. It does not include only the technologies. It includes also Internet of Things. It includes virtual reality, augmented reality, big data security. We have a great trend of growth on the digitalization, on the data. So basically, cybersecurity ecosystem is much bigger than only the cyberspace or something that we would like to discuss. And we have divided here a different information, how we would like to include the assets, the critical infrastructures, and everything that we may think very important. What are the great stagnations? The current situations, which is quite similar to all the countries in the Western Balkan countries. We have designed cyber policies and strategies. Basically, we have a lack on the policies, procedures, and strategies in the field of the cyber security. The second part is raising citizen awareness, online privacy, and cyber culture. Cyber culture is a lack. Cyber behaviors from the state employees is a big lack. Cyber hygiene for our kids, from our families, is a lack. So basically, three main issues that we must take care of is starting from changing our cyber behaviors, especially from the public institutions, because the government is the largest employer, and most of the documents, most of the data, personal data and privacy may be affected from that part. Then we have the lack of professional skills in the field of the cybersecurity. Why I'm saying this, and this was a huge debate about this issue, is because cyber professional doesn't mean only the programmers or those who develop products and services. Think about cyber thinking. How the people can think like a cyber strategist. How the one employee, for example, in banking sector, one cashier, how he could think about the cyber security issues. We have a lot of experiences. For example, the Kevin Mitnick, one of the biggest hackers, he did social engineering without using a single tool, only with talking. So cyber psychology is a big issue that may make you to change the way of thinking, or to make the change of doing some cyber crimes or something specifically. Then the drafting laws and regulatory frameworks, and the last is lack of implementation of standards and technologies. We are aware that there are many standards, many technologies, many tools and procedures that can be implemented. What is important is that only those standards, those tools, those technologies should be adapted. Adapted in a way that you cannot take it as it is and send it or publish it in our country or in our organization, because the requirements, the conditions are different. What is necessary, needed, is just to adapt according to the situation, according to the needs that you have on your country or on your organization. So the other issue that I found during this research is the decentralization of the services. Not all the services are under one umbrella. So this is very important. If we can see, if you can join and check some of the governmental web pages, not only in our country, but also maybe in the region, you can see that there are pages who are developed from the private companies, and they are owner also of that domain, which is a mistake, because all the international institutions that deal with the domain names, DNS, and the other issues, they recognize only the official owner who registered or who paid about this part. So basically, we have 2 points. If you see the government, the ministries, some public agencies are under one umbrella of the governance, or are under an umbrella of managing. But we have all other public enterprises, independent budget, public agencies, public universities, and local government institutions who are out of this umbrella. So basically, they do not follow the strict policies and procedures that the government or responsible body that deals with the cybersecurity issues or information security compliance inside the government. And this is a big issue because many attacks could happen from the back doors, from the man-in-the-middle attacks, or other social engineering tools that they may use from those institutions who are not inside the whole umbrella of the management. How it happens? There was one analysis, very important, how the situation, how a cyber attack could happen. And this is explained only with these three main points, three main subjects that I am explaining it here. So basically, first is paralyzes the government decision-making systems. Then it's cripple, it collapse national security infrastructure. And the last one is cause a panic. So this happened, typically way, this happened on the Ukrainian attacks, if somebody of you heard about, in 2015 and 2016. So basically, you start with the paralyzing the use of systems, then you attack the national critical infrastructure, and then you create the panic. So basically, paralyze, collapse, and panic are three steps how any cybersecurity threatener can use to develop or to create a panic between the parts. How this infrastructure can be developed? Because besides the law, regulations, and other technical knowledge and skills that we may have, the improvement of the infrastructure to ensure this cybersecurity resilience is very important. And what we have identified here, and what we need to evolve, is not only the technology. We understand that the technology is one of the most important part, but the process has to deal also with all the others: human capacities, law regulations, technical approach, international standards, and organizational approach. Cybersecurity needs pure leadership to develop or to create the standards and procedures which may go further and make citizens or employees feel much better with this part. And basically, this can be developed through this national cybersecurity infrastructure improvement. And different factors, different stakeholders could help to develop this part. So basically, the main word that you can take from our discussion is that the transition from a communication on the cyber ground to the defined processes or standard compliant. So basically, the cyber ground is much more dealt with a much more deals with a technical approach. So basically, we need to transform. As we transform the digital transformation, we can transform also the cyber ground from the cyber in practice to the standards and compliance. This is the National Cybersecurity Resilience Proposal. I know there are too many dots there and you cannot see maybe all of them from there, but I will share. I will be happy to share with you this presentation. So there is a National Cybersecurity Agency which will be established according to the new law on cybersecurity. At least it was like this before when I read it. There is a national cybersecurity stakeholders, including all coming from the institutions, forensic agencies, departments, information society, information and data privacy agency, and the others. And the other part is the local and national public institutions. So getting them all together, creating a homogeneity and creating a compliance between those sectors will create and will stabilize all this data or digital transactions and security that will happen. Interconnection between the stakeholders can be developed on three main parts, starting from the policies and procedures, governance frameworks, and the cybersecurity maturity. Cybersecurity maturity is very important. It doesn't mean that if we create this cybersecurity resilience, we are done with everything. It's just the beginning, because you have to measure it. You have to see, to mature it, what is the level of the security that we have. And this can be done from different processes, and risk assessment tools that we can use. Basically, because we cannot think that all the time we are with the same process, or we have implemented some procedures, we have implemented some security data centers and things, and we may consider that it is done. No, it's just the beginning. We have continuously service improvement to do. So basically, we have to measure, we have to check, and we have to see if everything is following done. Okay, the other part is the integration. After we establish all this part that we have developed until now, we have to integrate it. So basically, the integration, sorry, basically, the integration can be done by becoming a member to different international organizations that will follow this cybersecurity part, coming from the first, EATHF, DFS, and many others. Being part of this regional initiatives on the field of the cybersecurity is great experience, at least for sharing the information. We know all that we are now living on the century of the data. It's not even water, it's not even oil. It's the data. And everything, what is becoming now, is only the data, the information that we need to have. How this solution approach became? It combines different parts which are very important. It's existing cybersecurity ecosystems, and I have analyzed most of them. Estonia, Dutch cybersecurity resilience ecosystem. It was in Finland, Finnish one. So there are different methods, different examples, successful examples that currently have been developed. And then I tried to find the most easy adaptable process that we can use. The last part is a responsibility which can be developed. Basically, we should start from establishing first the National Cybersecurity Agency, then it will be the cyber strategy development, that it should be National Information Security Risk Assessment Model, and some other mechanism. Of course, this could not be done from 1 year. At least it needs 2, 3, 5 years to be developed, each of them, because not only the development, but customizing according to the needs, testing them, takes much more time than only creating and establishing this kind of board. And the last one is IT governance. This is missing. So basically, IT governance will deal with all this kind of IT, ICT, digital transaction or digital communication related. Because we have to start from one point and to create this kind of processes, standards, and mechanisms through which we can monitor, we can evaluate, and we can take actions further for different changes by following the trends and changes which are happening currently on the security. Thank you very much. Any question?
Thank you, Mr. Rabosi, and thank you all for being here. Now we'll have a short break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So stay tuned.
I'm sorry that
Thank
I took your lunch time, so. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back. We will continue immediately with our third topic, which is brought to you by ICT for Kosovo's Change. Is Mr. Daniele Cristian Pasalacqua, the Chief Technical Advisor and leading the project support to VET reform in Kosovo. He is here to talk about the transformation of the education system to a digital era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to thank you very much to all, and welcome to this new presentation after excellent colleagues from UBT University and from Pristina Rea. I continue this very interesting panel of presentations, and please allow me to call you all colleagues, but I would like to refer to you also like ICT sector lovers, since we are all here to celebrate the developments, the future expectations, and the steps that we are all doing together in the ICT sector and digitalization sector here in Kosovo. It is undeniable that ICT is seen as one of the most promising developing sectors for the future economy of this country. And most of the people in this room today, we are believing in it, starting from the students of technical schools that are sitting with us today, the professors, the private companies in the business, and the prominent software development companies that are with us here today, sitting in the first rows. Thank you very much for being with us. I've been very nicely introduced by the moderator of this event. I repeat, my name is Daniele Cristian Pasalacqua. I'm Italian, and I work for the Luxembourg Development Cooperation Agency, implementing at the moment 2 projects together with my 2 teams, funded by the government of Luxembourg and by the European Union office in Kosovo. Today, I would like to tickle your curiosity from on one hand, but on the other hand, I would like to give you very interesting information that are going to lead us through a journey. We start explaining that we have had, in the last few years, very important and interesting developments in terms of TVET, in terms of vocational education and training in the sector of ICT. And this has been done together with the private sector and the public schools in order to follow the request of the labor market. And we're going to explain you how we have come to the development of new curricula, new teaching and learning material, e-learning content, in order to have qualifications that are responding better to the request of the labor market and the future request of the labor market. At the same time, we're going to show you which schools and what could be the projection or the expectations of workforce that we can have in the Kosovo labor market if we work all together in that direction. I'm going to give you also some numbers about that. Then we will continue explaining how private companies, they can cooperate with the public schools to make this possible. And we will, at the end, finish with some of the newest developments in terms of digitalization of services in the education sector. I hope this brief introduction made you a bit more curious and more interested. And I will proceed now with my slides. I have here a brief summary of the 2 projects I was mentioning before. One is called Supports to VET Reform Phase 2, financed by Luxembourg. And the second one is called SVET Pro, EU support to VET and professional requalification and occupation. I will not enter into the details of the project, but I will go straight to one of the main achievements in the sector of ICT. We have developed 5 new qualifications. Actually, we have developed lately 14 new qualifications, and in the last few years, probably around 40 new qualifications. But I will focus on those 5 that are related to the ICT sector. Starting from the last in the list, application developer. I would like to mention one thing. When we decided together with the local institutions, with the Ministry of Education, with the schools, to go for this challenging project, somebody was skeptical about the fact that application developer is a course, a diploma for pre-university education. Some people say like, maybe this should be taught in university. Then after consultation with the private sector, consultation with university professors, and with many experts in the sector, we realized that in other European countries, and let's not forget that we are in Europe, there are diplomas, and pre-university education is dedicating space to application developers, to graphic designers, IT system technician, IT business support technician, and interactive media designer. These profiles have been developed in collaboration with international private companies, associations coming from different EU countries and Schengen zone countries with the highest standards of education, and following a model that is, let's say, an adaptation to Kosovo to the so-called dual badge system that is very famous in other countries like Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and many other examples. And probably it is one of the directions that the Kosovo vocational education system could follow in the future in order to develop better qualifications and education in this sector. How did we come to these conclusions? How did we decide that we wanted to have these 5 profiles? Of course, we start with preliminary investigations. We consulted experts, as I mentioned before, and it is a joint work that our projects that are co-implemented together with the Ministry of Education and other institutions and agencies of the government of SKNA is telling us if the functions that we are choosing in the occupational standards, so in the description of the skills and the learning outcomes that have to appear in the curriculum of a certain profiles, are going to be matching with the request of the labor market. And these 2 elements are extremely important. I have to say that Kosovo has done really great progresses in the last few years in this sense, because we are optimizing our offer in vocational education and training on the base of these investigations, on the base of the real demand of the labor market. At least we try to do it in the best way possible, but more and more we have to communicate the message not only to the students, the families, and the institutional stakeholders, but also to the future employers. Vocational education and training in the public sector is not anymore the old-fashioned one. We have a new version of VET that is responding to your demand, and it is developed in collaboration with you. And in the next slides, we're going to see how and why. But talking again about the labor market investigation, we have consulted more than 400 companies. We have conducted 335 interviews for TNAs and 71 in-depth studies for SKNA. And we have analyzed several profiles. More than 90% of the companies expected to have an increase in demand for ICT occupation by 2024. And 2024 is really behind the corner. We're not talking about a long term. We're talking really like the day after tomorrow. We are very close to 2024, without forgetting that the enrollment of today in school, it is the workforce of 3 years from now. So if we know that something is going to be demanded in 3 years from now, today is the moment when we have to enroll the students for that specific profiles. And we have to make sure to provide them the right skills and the right trainings in order for them to be prepared. The project supported VET schools in the profiles that I mentioned before. And thanks to the support we have received from the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, we call it MESTI, we have been able to pilot already these 5 profiles in 7 schools in Kosovo. 7 selected schools that have been committed in cooperating with our projects, who volunteer to start this challenge together with us, and they're getting extremely positive results. But what I'm going to tell you as a teaser now, we're going to see that this is needed to be replicated on national level, and this is a very important element of what we are mentioning. So we have 7 schools that are implementing for the moment IT system technician and business informatic technician. And we have 2 schools. One of them is 11 Mars in Prizren. The other one is Skender Lorazi in Soreca. Are implementing graphic designing technician and interactive media designing technician. It's a bit unfair if I don't mention like Pieter Bogdani in Ferizaj, Shaban Spahia in Peja, Gilan, Vustri, and I hope I'm not forgetting Soreca I mentioned, of course. I would like to show you some numbers. If we see the graphics, I don't know if they're visible from distance. The first graphic is showing us IT system technician profile. And in blue, we have the number of students that are going to graduate in this profile in 2 years from now. And in green, we have the number of students that are going to be graduate in this profile in 3 years from now, because they've been enrolled this year in September. You see, the numbers are not huge. We're talking about 131 and 145. And I'm sure that some of the employers that are here today, or they're following us in streaming in Facebook or in YouTube, they're going to say, like, these numbers are not sufficient. Okay, it's a good start, but it's not enough. We need much more than that. We know. The labor market investigation that I mentioned at the beginning, it involved in workshops the most prominent companies in the sectors of software development, ICT, IT systems, and so on. And they told me straightforward, Daniel, we need much more than this. Exactly, and this is the reason why we are now here asking for your help and your cooperation. We have business information system, similar numbers. You see, we expect to have 108 in 2 years. This is only with the few schools that we are supporting. And these are the numbers for Mediamatician, interactive media design technician, and for graphic designing. We're talking about small numbers. Then you tell me, so IT courses that were not existing in vet schools? No, this is not the right answer. They were existing, but there was only one course called informatics, IT. Unfortunately, the skills provided in that course, they are not always updated. They're not always responding 100% to the request of the labor market. For sure, the schools, they do their best to provide to the students a certain level of knowledge in informatics, preparing them to enter the labor market, to access the labor market. But when they access, they have a certain gap, and they need a certain training in order to arrive to the desired level of competence of the employers they're going to meet. For this reason, the next step that we have to try to do together is to bring at least other 15 schools. So the 7 I mentioned before, plus additional 15 schools that are nowadays teaching informatics with the old curriculum to implement the new curricula. Of course, this is a challenge for the schools, it is a challenge for the municipalities, it is a challenge for the Ministry of Education and all the other institutions. But I think it is a challenge that we have to take ourselves as projects, as ICT lovers, as stakeholders in the sector, but especially the private companies and the employers. We need your commitment to achieve one milestone. And the milestone I would like to propose to ourselves is, let's imagine that the 7 schools we support, plus the other 15, implementing at least one class for each of these 5 profiles, starting from either next year in September or September 2023. This is a proposal, this is a wish that I have, and I hope that private and public stakeholders are going to listen to this wish of mine. If we have 22 schools implementing at least one class per profiles, what we can expect is to go from 886 technicians graduating in 23, 911 technicians graduating in 24, and 2,640 technicians graduating in 2025, and this is like the best we can do if we hurry up, or maybe 26, and provide some oxygen, providing some nourishment to the employers who are really thirsty, if you allow me the metaphor, of having competent technicians nowadays in Kosovo. And this is something that we have been recording in every single workshop, in every single event that is involving the private sector. And I have documented reports about this event. So we have been doing a lot to enhance that institutions. And one thing that we have created in order to facilitate the cooperation between the private sector and the schools is the so-called business model approach. For those that are not new to the vet sector, for those people that have been following us in this journey of vet development in Kosovo, this concept is not new. And also for many private companies is not new neither, because we have already hundreds of companies that through this business model concept, they became part of the middle management of the school. But for those that still don't know, and for those companies of ICT sector that are listening to us today, I want to explain what is our vision. Our vision is to have a new set of responsibilities in schools that is going beyond the traditional way of managing a vet school. We're going to have a management that is focusing on all the activities that are currently part of the set of responsibilities of schools, plus 3 new pillars that are going to modernize the way to think vet provision in Kosovo, that are going to embed the private companies into the middle management of the school. That means sharing responsibility, sharing the efforts, but also sharing the results and having a joint decisional power and activity in the management of our schools. As I usually say, we cannot think that we ask private companies to be part of the process if we don't give them the chance to have their saying and be really listened by the management of the schools. For this reason, the business model approach gives 3 new pillars: industrial liaison and career guidance unit, information system and data management unit, and service provision unit. I think these 3 titles explain themselves. They're self-explanatory. So I will not go into details, but just quickly mentioning service provision unit, what it is. We can have income generation activities. We can generate, we can develop new services in our schools for the community that can be either socially beneficial or they can be also generating income that can be used in favor of our schools and for the development of the qualifications that we are mentioning. How do we embed companies in the middle management, and why we do so? First of all, what is the business model concept? New school governance model, new set of responsibilities, as I mentioned before, increasing relevance, quality, and sustainability, and embedding the private sector in the internal process and decision-making of vet schools. This is like in 3 bullet points summarizing what I was trying to say in a few minutes. This is the graphic that shows the pillars that I was mentioning before and shows where the business model office stands. But what I would like to share with you is at which stage the companies, they get embedded in the middle management of the school. And these are the industrial bodies. You see those blue circles over there, and the industrial advisory board that is just below the school board and the school management. I've tried to summarize this concept, but try to follow me very attentively, because sometimes might not be so easy to understand. Our schools, they have different profiles, except centers of competence that normally focus on one sector. Our vet schools, most of the time, they have profiles from different sectors. Can be metal workers, technician, IT, tailoring, and plumbing in the same school. It means that the companies we are looking for to cooperate with the school, they're coming from different sectors too. If for each profile we create an industrial body where around 10 people are going to be members, 10, 12 people, we foresee minimum 3, maximum 10 companies to be represented in each industrial body, allocating human resources to donate 1 day per month of their time for the collaboration with the school. We're talking about human resource experts, about technicians, about those people that really know what the company is looking for and what is the future employment of their company. This group of people, they will deal with the updating and upgrading of the curricula, with the improvement of the education, with all those activities related to industrial liaison, career guidance, and service provision that I was mentioning before, because we know that the schools, they cannot have sufficient human resources to deal with all these activities. And the market is so dynamic, these sectors are developing so fast, and ICT is one of them, that sometimes we all struggle, and our schools, they have difficulties in following this dynamism. If we joined our forces, if we work together with the private sector, all this can be done. Of course, we have developed also digital tools and guidelines and new instruments that can help and facilitate this cooperation. But what we are asking to you today is, what we are asking to the private companies today is, be part of our industrial bodies. Invest little of your time in being part of this process. And of course, you're going to have a return in the middle long term that's going to be massive and impressive for your company. Today I might sound as if we are starting this process today, but it's not true. As I mentioned at the beginning, we already have hundreds of companies that have been convinced and are cooperating in this project together. We have 61 industrial bodies in 9 vet schools established, with 218 companies in the piloted in the schools that have piloted this system already. We have more than 15 public PPPs, private-public partnerships, agreement formalized in our schools. And we have 89 memorandum of understandings between our schools and companies for the inclusion of business representatives in the schools and being part of the middle management structures. What is the next steps? We hope these companies, these representatives in the industrial bodies, in the future to become members of the Industrial Advisory Board. It is a new board that provides constant advice and has very listened saying in the management of the school. And who knows, probably in the future, being also elected or becoming members of the school council if the future legal framework reforms will allow this process. This is at least what I wish to foster as an expert in the sector. I was mentioning before about digitalization and how information systems and how ICT sector can come in favor of optimizing and improving the management of the schools, the management of services, and if we are sitting here together, it means that we'll all believe in that. I don't think there is any skeptical sitting between us, but if there is any skeptical watching this presentation in YouTube streaming or in Facebook, the elements in favor of digitalization are many. With digitalization, you can reduce the cost, you can reach many more people. You can generate reports in a very dynamic way. You can reduce pollution. You can definitely increase the efficiency of the services, and many other reasons that we could mention on why we digitalize services. One of them is the digitalization of career guidance services. A few years ago, we have developed a system. It's called busula.com. Busula in Albanian language means compass. I'm sure that all of you know about it. And definitely, busula.com as a compass try to help students, families, adults who want to reorient themselves in their career to have a better direction in their career development, in the choice of their education, and in the better understanding of what means choosing a certain career, a certain path in their life. The features of these systems are many, from the school finder to the job finder to the occupational explorer and many others. I'm not here to mention them all. I just want to remind you the success story of busula.com, because they've been awarded as the best public service in Kosovo at the Albanian ICT Awards contest in 2019. And because we have more than 200,000 users at the moment, and have been recognized by many institutions in Kosovo, many development cooperation agencies, as the successful tool for the provision of career guidance services. Before Busula, provisional career guidance was sporadic, and it was not harmonized. Thanks to this tool, and thanks to digitalization, we are having a bit more harmonized services. Still a lot needs to be done in career guidance, but through these tools is a way how we can reach to that level. Another example of good cooperation in ICT sector, I wanted to mention our cooperation with the EU-funded project called EU Support for Competitiveness of Kosovo, ICT sector, and some of the representatives of these projects are here today. It is a very great initiative for the development of digital skills in Kosovo. And through the cooperation with this project and the schools that we are supporting, we have selected together the beneficiaries of these trainings. Also, I think the professor who did the presentation before me, he was one of the trainers in this project for very advanced modules of cybersecurity, digital skills, and so on. And this project had also a very great impact, not only in the society, in all the beneficiaries of the society, but also at school level. And the teachers of vet schools of today, they are much more prepared than the teachers of the past. And I want to say this again to the private sector, to encourage them to cooperate with our schools, because our teachers today, they are more motivated, more competent, and more suitable than in the past. And this is thanks also to their effort and their commitment in this project. We have also provided more than 20 computer labs to our schools. This is still not enough, but having 20 computer labs more, it is definitely one of the elements that will allow us to proceed in digitalization. Last slide of today, a new challenge, digitalization of assessment. We have said before how digitalization can increase transparency as well, can increase efficiency. Now we are developing a new system that will digitalize the testing of the formative assessment or the final assessment in vocational education. And we hope that next time we're going to sit together in maybe in COS ICT 22 or 23, we're going to see the result of this system. If this presentation tickled your curiosity, go and investigate about Evaluo, that is a cloud-based testing system, and you will see their future developments. Here are some of the features, but I don't want to mention all of them. I could mention others. We are developing with Global City graduate tracking system, trace study system digitalized in Kosovo. And we are developing with PBC a system for recognition of prior learning, all digitalized. We are in the era of digitalization, and I hope that our enthusiasm and our success and the achievements that we had with our projects is going to be contagious and going to drag you in and pull you in this very amazing journey that we are doing in the development of ICT sector and digitalization towards the transformation of education in the digital era of 2021. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasalacqua, on that lovely presentation. Our next topic is API development with Spring Boot and Kotlin, which is brought to you, which is going to be delivered by Manuel Bogner, the head of backend development at Open Research GmbH.
Thank you very much. Test. Okay, everybody can hear me? Yeah, welcome to my talk about API development in Spring Boot and Kotlin. In this talk, I want to show you a little bit how we at Open Research develop APIs or software in general for backend systems. And first of all, I want to explain a little bit who is Open Research, what's the company. The company was founded in 2009 and grew constantly. At the moment, we are 32 employees in 3 different countries. It was founded in Vienna, where we still have our one office. And in 2016, we also came to Pristina, where we have an office with about 20 people already. And this year, we also started remote development in Croatia, so we are still expanding. Our main stack is that we do mobile, web, backend, and DevOps. And in different programming languages, you see the list is quite long. Our main stack is focused on iOS, Android, Java, Kotlin, JavaScript, Python. And since 2019, and especially this year, we also started Kotlin development, which will be the main focus in on this talk. I also listed some clients of us, but I think maybe you know some of those, but a lot of those are from Austria or Netherlands or Germany. A few words about myself. I started at Open Research in 2017 as CTO. I'm a big open source enthusiast and started developing about 1996. Yeah, I was quite young back then. And I'm a big Java fan since 2004. So it's a little bit discrepancy that I talk about Kotlin now as a Java fan, but I will explain you why I become a Kotlin fan now. I love framework development. I'm also a Java trainer. And next to the job, I'm also a diving instructor and motorcyclist. If you're looking for me, I put some links on the slides where you can find me online. So, first of all, I want to give you a short introduction to the timeline, how this whole Kotlin topic came into Open Research. In 2009, we started with PHP and Ruby development, and Java was used for Android because it was the default language there, and PHP and Ruby was just in our expertise. Then in 2016, we started to implement first backend applications, also based on Java, but already based on Spring Boot. So this was our first contact point with Spring Boot, and we still love it, we still use it. We'll talk about this a little bit later. In 2019, Kotlin was introduced by Google as the main programming language for Android applications. This was also the point in time where we first got in touch with Kotlin and implemented our first applications with it. The next year, 2020, so start of COVID, we also started implementing first backend applications with Python. Actually, to be honest, we were not very happy with Python, so we were looking for something else again. Of course, we still were on the Java road, but in 2021, with a big project in Austria, we started to work with first Kotlin prototype, and now actually I'm very happy that we have made that decision, because we made quite good progress, and I found out that something like code review and stuff in this direction is really, really much faster if you go with a much more concise programming language like Kotlin. Next to Kotlin, we also started .NET, but this would be another topic. So first of all, a few words about Spring Boot and why we at Open Research still love Spring Boot. So first of all, it helps you to auto-configure a production-ready Spring application. You don't have to fiddle around with all these configuration files. Maybe in the audience we have somebody who worked or still works with Java Enterprise systems. Then actually you should be still used to your XML configuration files. And in Spring Boot, I don't need a single XML configuration file if I don't want to. Of course, it's open to you, but you don't need to. So you're avoiding a lot of boilerplate code, and as already said, the XML. If I compare it, for example, to a Wildfly application server, also the whole handling is much easier, because I don't have to configure, I don't know, modules or create or insert modules into the application server, and then I have to enable them. In Spring Boot, I just add plugins, configure them with a single configuration file. I don't know if you have, who has used Spring Boot before in the audience? Hands up. Okay, so at least a few. So there is one single configuration file called application YAML or properties, where you can place your whole application configuration, and you don't need to fiddle around with all the XML files inside of the application container. So in my head, it's a big benefit to do it like that. Another big point is that Spring Boot supports us to build a 12-factor application. Actually, I don't really want to explain to you what the 12-factor application is, because I saw it in so many talks, and I would just ask you, go to the 12factor.net homepage, just read the 12 factors, then you would immediately know what I mean. Another big point for Spring Boot is they have built-in test support. So I don't have to make up any test framework myself. I can bring up the application with all dependencies if I want to. I can do unit testing, integration testing without an extra effort that I maybe would have to invest myself as a company, or maybe even bring in other companies. And the big plus is that since Spring Boot 2, which came out about 2 years ago, also has support for Kotlin by default. So VMware decided, so in the end, Spring Foundation, which is owned by VMware, decided to bring Kotlin as a first citizen programming language into the Spring environment. Of course, that's a big plus in my head. Java, so the pros on this side, why we also decided to use Java back then, is that it's, what did I start with? Yeah, of course, it's the main language of Spring Boot back then. And it's very widely spread. So wherever you go into big companies, I don't know, think about banks, insurance, everybody's using Java. And I would say they will continue to use Java for quite some years. I don't think they would go that way that we just do. So that's something, at least I don't think that will happen very soon. Another big point is tool support. If you think about Java or Kotlin, there are companies like JetBrains, which are the inventors of Kotlin even. So they, of course, have proper integration into their IntelliJ IDE. I don't know, I haven't tried Eclipse for quite some years, but I would guess also Eclipse has support for it already. Big point, Java is object-oriented and has real multi-threading support. Last year in our project with Python, we learned the hard way that multi-threading support can be very important if you have to be fast, and Python didn't offer that. So this was not the go-to language for us. There are also countless libraries for Java, so whatever problem you want to solve, you can be sure somebody already solved your problem and maybe even provided a library somewhere in the Maven repositories, which are online and freely available. So goes in a little bit in the direction, don't reinvent the wheel. Also, Java is backwards compatible since Java version 1 until, I think, still with version 17 now, you can just run your application that you wrote 10 years ago with the latest version of Java. I'm not talking about external libraries or something like this. That's another topic. I already said that it was the default language for Android. So now it changed. And Java is still one of the top languages in the TOBE index, which is kind of based on search requests on Google. And everybody tells me Java is simple. But then you have to ask, what background do you have? Especially a C programmer will tell you, yeah, of course it's Java simple, because you don't have to do memory management. You have the garbage collector. You have a lot of stuff in your hand that just makes your life much easier than we had back 20 years ago. But in the end, I always come back to the same sentence. I tried to solve my problem in Java, now I have a problem factory. So whenever you see a big program, or if you see enterprise software, and maybe you get an introduction, you see hundreds of classes and different patterns, so a lot of stuff is in there. And Java is not a language where you can do a lot with a few lines of code. There's also always a lot of boilerplate code, which just makes your code much longer than it could be. And back to this TOBE index, I just took a screenshot from it was the 14th of October. It was the third language on the list, so it was very popular for a long time. So maybe you ask yourself, but if you're so happy with Java and everybody's using it, why do you go away from Java? So as a first point I want to bring, there's a trend going away from this programming language. And I highlighted the green line from the TOBE index, which just shows you how popular Java was over the years. I don't know if you can read it on the back, but on the left side there's 2002, and it stretches until 2020 or 21 something on the right. And I tried to place this dashed line in there, which at least I tried to average the green line somehow. There you can see more and more people are going away from Java. So what I want to say, we are not the only ones. Also other companies are looking for alternatives for Java. So what are the caveats or cons from our perspective? In my head, Java is very verbose. So you can do everything, but you have to use a lot of lines of code to do the same what you can do maybe in 1 or 2 lines in another language. So of course, if you have to use a lot of lines, code readability just goes down. So if you think about code review sessions with a partner in your team, the more you have to read, the longer it will take. One big point, maybe that's not so true at the moment, but if you think about the Java release cycle back before Java 8, this was completely unpredictable. It was more like, yeah, it's done when it's done. So I still remember the Java 8 release, which was a really big and long-awaited release for Java. And at the moment, the new release cycle is more a little bit, every half year you get a new release. And actually every 4 or 5 years you will get an LTS version. But if you think about the LTS version, the last one was Java 11. That's already quite a few years ago. And the next one, which just released, was Java 17 now. But, of course, all the libraries also have to adapt to the next release. The next release, 17, will be supported by Spring Boot 3. I just heard on the Spring 1 conference, beginning of September, that the Spring Foundation is planning to have Spring Boot 3 out there in the market end of Q4 2022. So it's still not something you will be very fast if you want to update to the latest versions. Actually, I don't think you can read what I have in my black box there. Can someone read it? Yeah? Okay. So actually, I just wanted to make an example what happens if you run that code. In the first line, I define a variable and set it to null. In the next line, I try to, I think, lowercase the same variable, but without any checks or whatever. So what will happen? Any ideas? Null pointer exception, exactly. That's, in my head, one of the biggest problems in Java. Whenever you run an application, there are null pointer exceptions everywhere. In every bigger application, you always, if you check the logs, there is one null pointer after the other. And that's a big problem Kotlin solved, for example. Yeah? And if those errors happen in your application, a lot of developers tend to do something like this. So I don't want to show an error exception message to any end user, for example. So what they do, they just make a try catch block. Catch block is empty. So when I see code like this in a review session, I always think about a sentence a senior dev in my past gave me on the way. And this was, don't eat exceptions. And actually, I still always have to think about this picture when I see code like I just showed you before. Maybe I can make a picture in your head as well. If you see code, empty catch blocks, just think about this sentence. So what's the advantages of Kotlin, or why we switched to it? First of all, there's Java compatibility. So we can still use all the frameworks we were used to. We still have the Java environment in our background. We can still run our application on JDK 11. As I said before, we can't switch until the libraries come up to the latest LTS version. So another cool thing is Java and Kotlin can coexist in the same application. Actually, I would have prepared also a live demo for some live coding, but actually I can't sit somewhere here and it's not my notebook. So I have to improvise a little bit. So one big plus on our side is we didn't have to switch anything except the programming language. And if you think about it, that, for example, you have a lot of Java developers, and as a business guy, you think, yeah, but do I really want to invest that 20 people will learn a new programming language now? I can give you on the way that for a good Java dev, the difference is so little that this will maybe take 2, 3, 4 days, and then he will be kind of used to these differences between Java and Kotlin. We made that change, and no single developer also who never saw Kotlin before had any problem switching to it. I don't know if there are a lot of Java devs in the audience, but one big thing is there's no Lombok support. There was no Lombok support, or at least you don't have the same features available in your Kotlin application, but they started to have their own Lombok version for Kotlin, but there's no builder annotation, for example. I'm a big fan of it, but it's still missing. There's a vote out there from the developers. So if you want the builder annotation in there, you have to upload it. Cool feature I found very handy was, especially if you want to get used to write Kotlin code as a Java dev, was that there is automatic translation from Java to Kotlin in IntelliJ. So if you, for example, copy-paste Java code into your Kotlin file, they will ask you, okay, do you want to auto-translate your Java code to Kotlin? And the outcome was actually very good all the time. So of course, you have to review it and maybe tweak a little bit because you're coming from Java and you're not using the features that Kotlin gives you. But on the other side, it's much faster than just writing everything again and doing it manually. Okay. So one big plus, as I already said, null safety. It's a similar example I had before. That's just a small piece of Java code. And you will find something like this. I mean, that's just a short example, but you will find such methods everywhere. You get an argument, then you just call like to lowercase or is blank or something like this on your string, for example. And then you see, okay, we have a null pointer exception again. Of course, there are solutions for it, but let's have a look how we can do this in Kotlin. In Kotlin, to make an argument for a method nullable, first of all, I have to tell Kotlin, okay, this argument can be nullable, because if I don't have this question mark next to string, if I skip that, then I tell Kotlin, okay, this argument can't be null. If I put it, then I tell him, yeah, okay, you can place null, but then you have to handle it properly. Because if you check the next line, I don't think you can see it, but under the dot, there is even a compile error. So you can't compile it unless you handle that this is null. So of course there is a way to tell Kotlin, but I know that this is not null. So the wrong solution would be to just place these two exclamation marks. So this would mean to Kotlin, yeah, I know that this could be null, but I just tell you it's not. So in the outcome, this would be the same as just running the Java code that you saw before, and you have your null pointer exception again. So how can we solve this? Just not allow null as a parameter, for example. So on the left, same method, same outcome, but in this case, I just skipped this question mark and told Kotlin, okay, please, the argument can't be null. So I don't have to handle it anymore, so it's a one-liner. Let's compare it to the right version, which is the Java version. If you see, I should have an if then else. First I check if it's not null, then do the print line, but now I have an else clause. What are you doing there? That's up to the developer, right? So what's the typical solution for a lot of developers? Just throw an exception. Throw or return null, even worse. So throw an illegal argument exception, for example. And then what's the outcome of this? Think about it. Whoever calls your method will be the guy who needs to check what happens to your code. So what he should do with this exceptional case. So the exception is thrown, somebody has to catch it. And if you think about what the Kotlin code does, it just does kind of the same, but it's not afterwards it happens. So in this case, it just prevents you from sending null to the method at all. So the user of the method has to decide what should happen with null. So the outcome is the same, but nobody can forget to handle the exception. And just count the lines. Of course, the code is much easier to read and much shorter. So another point, this null safety, it's not just for arguments of methods or whatever. So you can also use this for methods, for example. So if you check, I can't really see that, there's get corrected name as a method. And for whatever reason, I just return null. But I also do lowercase in Kotlin. So in this case, in Java, if you would do the same, you would have your null pointer exception again. But in this case, I tell Kotlin, okay, if you return null, don't execute whatever is right of this method. So the outcome would be name was set to null. Maybe that's not what you want. Maybe you have to add some extra handling for this. But in the end, at least you don't have your null pointer exception again. So, of course, if I have shorter code, I also have better readability. I just made a really easy example how to make a value object, and I'm talking about language features and not something added on top like Lombok or something like that. So that's the easiest solution for the value object in Java. It's just I need a class holding a name. So if I want to do the same in Kotlin, I just have to write this single line. Class Kotlin value, in this case, value name string. And this braces, what you see there, is already the constructor. And the value is also not changeable, so it's exactly the same code. Okay. Another thing you can't do in Java, which I found very handy when I saw it the first time, was that you can extend basic types with extension functions. So if you ever thought about, for example, in old Java versions, there was no isBlank method. So you always had to do your if clause and do it yourself. In the latest version there is, but if, for example, you want something like camel to snake case on your strings, you can't just say extend string and add this method somehow. But in Kotlin, I even posted the code for this at the bottom. Maybe it's not so easy, but it's possible. And now I would have a method, camel to snake case, on every string I put in my application. One warning to this, please don't overdo it. Don't solve all your problems with extension functions. This could really mess up your application. Yeah, that's one of my best my beloved topics, to be honest, because the compiler always tells me, yeah, you forgot your semicolon on line 15. Every C programmer, I think, can remember the same. Yeah, please place your semicolon at the end of this line. And I always thought, why can't you place it yourself? In this case, in Kotlin, I don't have to do it anymore, because there is no semicolon at the end of the lines. Just call me lazy, but for me, this is a big plus. So also let's come to a little bit to business view, why we decided to use Kotlin. And one of the biggest points for me was it's a very shallow risk if you just switch from the same environment and just place, in my head, easier language on top and compile to the same bytecode that you would get with your old application in Java. And of course, if you have shorter code, talked about it before, then you would also see it in your review sessions. And if your review sessions or your reviewers have to read less code, they will also spend less time in your sessions. And overall, you will also just spend less money on all these topics. Flat learning curve, as discussed before, it was not hard to learn it. And of course, one big thing is Kotlin is used for Android development, and we also use it for backend development. So in theory, I could just ask an Android developer, please jump over and help out in the backend. It's the same language. Maybe he has to learn a few frameworks, but in the end, I just bring together the whole team, and not everybody has to learn, maybe who just learned Kotlin for Android, then has to learn something like Python or whatever. Another big thing is that also big companies decided to use Kotlin. So if you think about it, Google decided, okay, we use it as our default language for Android. So there is support from big companies. As I said, Spring Foundation, VMware also decided to support it because Spring Boot officially has Kotlin support. So of course, everybody knows, every dev knows that Google is known to change opinions. But in my head, even if they would throw out Kotlin, there would be a path where to go. So that's also not a blocker on the road. And another important point is how often do you write code compared to how often you read it. So it goes in the same direction, that readability and the length will be much shorter. Readability will be better and length will be shorter. Because if I have to read the left side, for example, I use the same example we had before. I have to read all these lines, I have to understand what the code is doing, and on the right side it's just a single line. And if you think about onboarding into a new project, for example, so you're the new guy, you have to go into the team, there is, let's say, 500,000 lines of code and you should read it. Of course, it's much easier for you if the code looks something like on the right, then you have to deal with the left side. Okay, now I have to improvise because I don't have a laptop in front of me. Actually, I wanted to show you a little bit how we started our applications, or how a typical API would look like. So let me, actually, nobody has a laptop, so actually you would find the whole application online. It's on GitHub. It's just the same link 3 times, whatever you prefer. Yeah, actually that's for later. So, thanks to God, I was prepared for it. First of all, I want to talk about contract first versus code first. Our approach is that we decided to go contract first. So, who has ever heard about Swagger or Open API? Okay, everybody knows what it is, a lot. So what you do with OpenAPI is just specify how your API looks. You define all requests, you define all the request bodies, you define all the results, all the models. And what we do with this document is we generate Java code out of it. And there you see that we combine Java with Kotlin, because I checked the Kotlin generator and I was not really happy with it. So I decided, okay, why not go with the Java version? That's the better one. So in this case, I generate the Java code based on the OpenAPI model. In my example, I used Maven. Yeah? How many minutes? 10 minutes? 5, okay. Can do that. So in my example online, I decided to go the Maven way. So you see at the bottom which Maven plugin I'm using. And outcome is that we are using this generated model for everything. So, that's unreadable. Okay, so on the left side, you see all this boilerplate code where you have to define, okay, this is a get, that's the path, and I don't know, that's the params, that's the name of the param in the URL. And on the right side, you see, okay, you see how we start to implement, yeah? So we are using the delegate pattern, which is already included in the code generator. So all we have to do is extend an interface, and then we can immediately start mapping our business logic with the HTTP transport layer. So actually for me, this is a lot easier to handle because I don't have to fiddle around, okay, I need proper documentation for the client. If you ask me for a documentation, I will just generate an HTML file for you based on our OpenAPI specification. Another thing we are using is bean mapping. In this case, as I have to be shorter, we are using MapStruct or Dozer. So if you ever heard about it, it's an easy tool if you have two classes with similar types or names. It's just a mapper so that you don't have to manually map your DTOs to entities, for example. Okay. MapStruct. Another cool feature we introduced is aspect-oriented programming. So whenever you do an HTTP call against one of our APIs, we have a common log, a log method or log string that gets into our log file, which just includes something like, okay, which method was called, which class was called, what parameters did we have, how long did it take, and I also add a proper correlation ID. So whoever thinks, okay, what's a correlation ID now? That's just to get together multiple method calls with the same ID so that I know, okay, I don't know, he was hitting my API with this call. I know because the name was in the request. And then I can check, okay, what correlation ID did this request have? And then I just look up this ID and then I can exactly filter what other methods were called to fulfill or maybe to trigger the exception we had. Okay. I think I have to skip that. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for today. What I want to mention is, at the moment, I said we are 32 people. So we would be happy to find new people down here in Pristina. So if you want to apply, or if you're interested in what I just told you, I mean, this was a very short introduction, to be honest. There would be much more to talk about. Then please apply at jobs@openresearch.com. And if you were wondering what these pictures on the right side were, these were just pictures of our office in Pristina. It's not stock pictures somewhere stolen from the internet. Okay, thank you very much. One second, I still have...
Thank you. We will now continue with our hackathon, which we have planned for today. I would like to invite Grigoris Konzoglu, excuse me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, for some opening remarks. Mr. Grigoris? He'll be with us in 1 minute. opening remarks, and then we'll be back to present the judges and the team members. Mr. Grigoris.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for coming in this last day of the hackathon, which is organized by our project, the EU support for ICT competitiveness of Kosovo, which is funded by European Union. 3 days ago, here in Princeton University, we started the hackathon. Here we have our teams, and our teams are different, will be presented later. Mr. Gurhan Hapitoglu, this tall guy here, is the main responsible for this event. And we have the juries there. We are going to see the presentation of our teams, and after close the session with the awards to these teams. As team leader of this project, I would like to thank you very much for your participation in this hackathon. It is the second we have during our project. And how is the name of the lady? Katrina? No. She is going to present now the teams. Straight away, the teams will start the presentations. Thank you very much.
Let me introduce you to our judges, Ms. Medisa Karavidai, Ms. Katrina Pasca, Mr. Arber Bashiri, and Mr. Gürkan Katipoğlu. Also, our teams, thank you. Our teams are firstly, we're going to present the team Tech Phantom, and then the second one will be the Tourist Guide, the third one, Team Lighthouse, the fourth one, Alta, and the fifth one, Enes Bayrami. And the sixth one, my favorite name from this list, Made with Merak. Thank you. Welcome, Tech Phantom.
I'm Fiona. Till we finish the technical part, I would ask you to wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Okay then, hello everyone once again. It's a really pleasure to be here with you all, with the specialist juries, the team, the participants, dear ICT staff. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to show our skills and to show our abilities in front of you all. Okay, we are team named Tech Phantoms. I am Fiona Spons. I work as a network engineer for one of the companies here in Kosovo. And I also work as a cybersecurity tester. In this project, I work together with my brother Yule, which is a certified graphic designer, and currently he is studying architecture. As you already know, there were a whole of 5 topics. We have chosen the 3rd topic. The idea of solving this problem was to create a non-online market, an application, but not just any kind of application. We wanted to create a platform where we would be connecting all the people in one place, where people can communicate, buy, sell, get inspired, get information, and many other effective and interesting features that we will be talking about. I'll finish the presentation, and meanwhile we will do a demo of our application that we created, which is a great opportunity for Prizren artisans, but not just for Prizren, for all the Albanians worldwide. I'm really looking forward to present the project to Hackathon, and why not to the community, because we think it's a very efficient way and a platform to go to the market as well. Okay, the first question that we first made to ourselves are the bullet points of the question, why support artisan platform? The first question is, why did we choose artisanal products? As we know, the topic on this hackathon was about the tourism and artisanal products mostly. The reason we choose the platform for artisan stands on the fact that tourism is more developed than artisan in a much higher rate, and we think tourism in Prizren is really developed, and artisan is a light part which have many ways for other improvement as well. We thought of creating an application or a website, and we were really confused about it. The reason why we choose to create an application is based on the analysis that show that the applications are much more popular than websites. Also, they are much more convenient. Mobile apps provide much better user experience, load content much faster, and are much easier to be used. Besides, unlike websites, apps has also a push notification. The next questions are, why are artisanal products unique, and why do they support artisanal products? Many reasons why we should support them. With our artisan products are often made in workshops. They are made in small homes, small places. They are a lot eco-friendly. They don't need much manufacturing. We support the environment, and they are much cheaper. Artisans make their products because they love, not because it is a job for them to do. And the last one, the last question that we made is how to encourage Albanians worldwide, which we in Albanian call them diaspora, to buy artisanal products. As we know, the biggest clients of Kosovo are diaspora, and they have a huge role on improving the economic environment in here. And artisanal products, we want them to give an opportunity to sell all their products with delivery in all over the Europe. We created an exact application for that. Okay, yeah. This is the first look of the platform. It is an easy one, it is a simple one, and we did this based on the fact that most of artisans' employees are around the age of 40 to 70. They are really old, and they don't have much information about the technology overall. Now I'm going to explain the functional description of the solution. First one, knowing the artisan's needs. Before we came here, Ule has met an artisan from Prizren and had a conversation with her to get to know her and to understand better her needs. She is Emina, specialized in carpet making for the past 46 years. Despite facing a lot of challenges related to her disability for years, she had never stopped dedicating her time towards her passion in life. She is happy with her business, but she has a problem. Albanians living outside of Kosovo, which we call diaspora, always liked her traditional and cultural products, but they rarely had the chance to shop her products due to many shipping problems. As we know, there isn't a platform that would do the delivery to them. Knowing the Albanians outside Kosovo, as I said, for the most business are the most potential clients, we introduced the platform to Emina. She really liked it, she found it a simple way to be used, and wanted to go on with this. The second one is creating the application, as we said before, has a minimalist style. Some traditional features, but combined with modern one as well. Since it is connected with artisans yet, this is only a demo of the application. Connecting artisans is the most important step of creating this application, because most of artisans' workers, as I mentioned, are really old, and we need to provide them a really simple solution of working. Why we are choosing the simple solution is because of their age. Marketing is extremely important to a business because it allows you to share your products and your services with a bigger audience. Without marketing, your business doesn't have a voice, and without having a voice, you cannot reach a big part of the audience. So, in conclusion, we want to promote artisan, but combined with technology. I want to specifically mention job uncertainty, because in this way we know that this is a very concerning part of this project, and we want to develop them more. We can continue, I think, with the branding of the site. Uli, as a graphic designer, also created a brand for our project. The idea of the branding is made of two parts. The first part was created using a kasmak. It is the middle one. It is a hand-working tool, a traditional working tool. And also, he did the visualization of the League of Prizreni, Lidja Prizrenit. He combined both of them and created our logo for our application. They were chosen really carefully to present tradition at its finest. Next, as you can see, Uli also prepared a package. He prepared the package to deliver the product. Also, it includes our identity, and this is really an important part about the marketing, because our clients can share them or in their Instagram or Facebook stories and can tag us on our social media accounts. On the next certain slide, we have a shop modified with our platform's name, and hopefully, we strongly believe the platform will be really successful. We can connect the Albanian artisans with it. Again, if the platform is successful, we will continue with also traditional Albanian dishes that we will have their packages as well. We also have built the networking architecture of how we would connect this whole sites on a networking point of view. We created all of them in order for this to become a very cheap solution. As we go on with our next slide, it is the innovative approach suggested. I think this is the most important part of our project, that Uli will explain it for us, the application, and also some words he has prepared. I think he's going to explain it from there.
Hello everyone. I'm going to explain from the back because of some issues. Just a second.
Meanwhile, while Lule finishes a part of application and prepares the whole of it, has anybody have any questions about the application overall? or the solution was clear enough. The whole application was prepared in an order to be a very simple one. The main reason was because artisans are really old, and it was Uli's idea to create a whole application, like we would have the branding, we would have the marketing part, we would have the networking architecture, in order to bring out to the market a really cheap and low-cost solution. I think right now we are ready.
The app, as you can see, it's called Prisoner and Artisan Platform. It's not available on App Store because it's a demo version. As we said before, this app is a platform with many features. When you first open the app, the first page is home, where you can read the story behind this project and what inspired us and created this platform. The second platform I want to move is the shop, and maybe the most important module or platform on the app. Through buying or placing an order, I want to demonstrate the app. For example, if I want to buy something, I'm buying a traditional cloth. First, I'm going to add to a cart. Then go to the cart and check out. So first we have the shipping method. You have to select it, and you have, as you can see, 4 options. The first and the second options are, for example, Gap and Falcon Posta. They are for Kosovo, and they have, as you can see, lower prices because they are shipped inside Kosovo. The third one is DHL International, and you can ship worldwide with it. And normally you can pick it up yourself, which is free. I'm going to choose one of them. Then you're going to place the delivery address. I just want to place some random names to see how to place an order and where you can see when an order is placed. And you will confirm it. The payment method, you can choose on pickup, on delivery. I'm going just to choose one. And you will agree to the terms and order. The moment you order, it will say normally thank you, and shortly the client will receive an order confirmation. So the platform, this is created, it's created on my email. So right now an email has been sent to me about the order, the cart, and the billing information. So I'm going to move on. We have Meet the Artisans. This is the place where you can meet the story behind some artisans and their work. You can see some pictures and normally some short stories. You have the tourist guide. I think it's very important because Prizren has many breathtaking places and traditional beautiful places. And this platform is perfect to someone potential to go visit them, to see them, you know. For example, Lidia Prizren, the Prizren's League. You can see a photo, you can see the bio or something about the place, and of course the phone, the email, and the website. Moving on, you have gallery where you can get inspired and see many pictures. Because of the time, we can't stop at all. You have the events, and normally you can collab. If you're an artisan and you want to buy, you want to sell something, you will be connected to the platform through giving your name, your email, and your phone number. And the moment you place this, the offices of the Prizren Artisan platform will contact you. Because of some time issues, we don't have time to stop at each one time, so we're continuing the presentation.
Okay, yeah, sure. Does anybody have a question about the application that we just presented? Yeah, sure. Okay.
You said you plan to publish in App Store. You made the app just for iOS or and Android?
Yeah, we made the demo of the application. To make the app for Android or iOS, we will both support both of the features, since we don't want to limit any artisan or any buyer in any of the platforms. So the app will be published in App Store, again in Play Store for any Android users. We continue with the application. It is the cost, which is a really cheap cost. We continue with the next slide, please, Earl. Okay, I think that's it because of the time is over for our team. Thank you a lot for your attention and see you on the next events.
Thank you. Thank you, Blerta. I would like to invite our next team, Tourist Guide, to the stage to present. Come.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bekim Butucci. I'm from Prizren as a tour guide, eco tour guide, actually, but also running tourist information center in Prizren as a Shari eco tour. Now, with this team that we are together, we made the name Green Line, actually, with tour guide combined. So Green Line team, it's content with me as a speaker and also moderator, but also we have three in our team, 3 members who are IT and innovator, students, but also senior ones. The idea that we're going to present, slowly we're going to introduce, is to develop the platform, digital platform for the Prizren and Shari region. So also within this product, to involve all these local products, tours, heritage, cultural heritage, but also natural. As a Green Line, we thought that our line and our trip should be green. So it means like throughout the green trails, throughout the green zones of the national park, Shari Mountain, but also further in the Macedonian side, but also in Albanian side, we need actually to have one platform so people, tourists from Western country, but also from around the world can have access to the information, current information, clear information, and the products that content the region. So my name is Bekim Tucci. Then we have Denis Azizovic, IT innovator. Function will be like create web and design the online digital platforms and Android and iOS application in the future. Also Edwin, but he will be as a functional. He will have developing the intensive and extensive connection of the digital platform within the product. Then Alia Rami, database developer for web, and me as a moderator of the group and entrepreneur. Further, please. The topic that we hacked by our team, knowing that we are unknown digital platform for the tourism as a green hub for Prizren and Shari National Park. We don't have. Many portals with different projects come up and unsustained and not up to date for time being. Then further, Prizren and Shari National Park is not promoted properly as a destination from government organization, NGOs, but also from private sector. The demand for accurate tourism information capacity and key actors and tour operators with their activities are increasing every year from 2015, except the pandemic years, last few years. When it comes like technical architecture and solution, we thought our infrastructure will offer website for beginning, then the host will be developed where we're going to put this platform, digital platform, we'll work on further. Our solution is being developed from the scratch, we think. We are offering some new edits of the present pictures, offers, tours, etc. Information about recreation and outdoor activity too. Easy and logical navigation within the platform. The innovative approach suggested it's not new feature, but will be dynamic web page and trendy for tourism sector specifically. Due to the characteristic of consumers' participation in tourism, most tourists demand different and attractive ones. Therefore, tourist expectation and trends often change, and the demand structure that is valid for certain period may change in the following period. In prison before the pandemic, were around 50,000 tourists every year, and there was no web or software to make it easier for tourists around the world. Many times happen, let's example in my case, that we had visitors in the office and they ask for FLIA, but they don't know where to find it. So maybe I started from the bottom, let's say one sample. Through the solution of this information in the platform, digital ones, maybe we could come up with an idea. The innovative approach suggested, it's not a new feature that we sell this, okay? The estimation cost of the proposed solution. The cost will be estimated after drafting the financial and business plan for the website, where will be included all the costs. Sustainability of the project is very feasible for the sector, and the cost of the license will be estimated too. License, authorization of the pictures, etc., our product. When it comes to our details, we have address Tourist Information Center Prizren, email greenlionprizren@gmail.com, but also you have some numbers where you can contact us. But not least, now our team will present you draft or website where we started to work, but it's not enough to work for three days. And we do hope that it will be developed in the future as a platform. So, waiting for. In many meetings and conferences that I have chance, but also in the Prizren and as a shower region, as a stakeholders, we don't have really tourists, but also local visitors, but also diasporas facing with no information and current accurate information when it comes like what can be done in Prizren or in a shower region. Because I think the local government, also other local government thinks that tourism is only Prizren. No, tourism should be more. Out of the Prizren to the direction of Shari Mountain, but also to the Macedonian or Albania. And reverse. So before the tourists come from Albania or Macedonia, they have to have a basic information at least, please. So can you come back a little bit? Prizren and Shari? No, in the beginning, please. So as you know, Prizren geographical position is very good. So we can also have cultural heritage in place, but also some people would like to see some mountains, as you can see. Now here we have Pashrik Mountain. Yes. Then what to do? Can you just a little bit? No, some place to go, things to do, plan the tour, and other where to stay. Further. Also we have some good pictures here around that it will be updated. National park, ski areas, and also wildlife. But also local product. The idea is to present also local product here as example showery cheese, which is the only product in Kosovo registered as with a geographical indicator or GI. So we think that through this page people can have more information and go and try at least the taste of showery while they are here around. Example, yeah. But also fruit, wild fruit, some other products. Yeah. And some comments from the customers, etc. We wanted to show you one video with a tourist in a Shaorian prison, but unfortunately we are not able, but maybe next time. Thank you.
Yes, does anybody else
Questions?
have questions?
Okay, so there are many websites in, I can say municipality have one, the different stakeholders have some websites, and so why are different from others? What we can find or get there that we cannot find on the other websites, maybe, for tourism?
Yes, as I mentioned there in the past presentation, you have in different projects for different presentations, example, or different products, let's say cultural heritage of Prizren, then independently you have Shower region, then you have some other activities there. We want all to include in one, so people can have more, it should be visible. We think that the marketing place will come up and to advertise throughout the fairs and tour operators, or let's say publisher who are working in tourism, publishing company who are working in tourism, example from France. It can be destination nature, Berlin, Izmir in Turkey, etc. But also we think that the sustainability of this web page should be supported from Prizren and National Park, two entities public, then also private sector and our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we have Team Lighthouse.
Hello everyone, my name is Arbor, and in this solution I got to work with one of my friends, Gzem, and what we primarily focused on is creating a solution that will be simple enough for artisans to use, but also will be a great way for them to show their products. So with that being said, we took the necessary precautions to make something very simple, but also very easy to use. Okay. Sorry for the setback. All right, so we will be moving on the next slide. And I will be moving forward by letting you know what I believe to make us a great team in order to create the solution. And that would primarily be the experience that we have, the background, and also considering that it consists of different kinds of work, but also working on two of the largest theme parks in the world. And with that being said, that will make us a good fit to think of a solution that would help the artisans. Now, we will be moving on the next slide, please. Okay, so last time that we had the meeting, we got to see that number 4 was one of the most selected topics. However, what we believe to be wrong with that conception and why we chose 3 was, given the circumstances and also considering the artisans, their qualifications and also their own goals. Because with that being said, we understand that most of the artisans don't have the necessary qualifications to be handling certain complex applications. So we chose simplicity, and we're looking forward to make that solution work for pretty much everyone. And how do we plan on doing that? We focused on creating a seamless user interaction. So what we mean by this is creating an application, a primarily mobile application that will be so easy to use that every artisan or tourist will be able to use. However, we plan to do this without tainting the experience of a tourist. So we do understand that a tourist does have the time to pretty much go throughout the city and would definitely not prefer spending time on certain places waiting for a package to be shipped. And they would be much more willing to explore and be able to get to the products they need. So with that being said, we would also be helping the artisans. And how we would be doing that? By providing powerful features that are delivered with little to no cost. So we're talking about different kinds of services, such as the authentication. They'll be able to have their own accounts, that would be able to upload their work in one of the simplest ways possible. They would have their storage to have everything online, so there would be no issues with that, and the tourists would be able to access everything. They would also have GPS in order to find the locations, and also to have all their work connected to those locations, so the tourists could be browsing for pretty much everything, and as soon as they check certain work they like, they would be able to have that connected to the location and find it immediately. However, we have also not forgotten about accessibility, considering people that would have certain kind of impairs, such as, for example, vision impaired. They would be able to use voice assistant in order to go throughout the app. And would also be eliminating costs. How would we be doing that? By not charging commission for the sales that the artisans made throughout the use of our app. We would be eliminating logistic costs in online delivery because, as we mentioned, tourists would be going to the place and purchasing the certain item. Now, we focused on creating an experience. And we can all agree that if an individual, a tourist, buys something online, he will not be spending much time thinking about it. But if he takes the time and visits the location, there are stories made, so that will definitely leave something for them to look forward to. And also the payment processing expenses. By implementing online payment processing systems, most of the solutions would force artisans to go through certain steps with the bank accounts, with setting up payment solutions, and to not forget that certain payment solutions do also charge on transactions that are declined. So at that point, the artisan would be charged about something that was not made, which is yet another setback. And by implementing everything here, we would be doing our very best to improve the tourism experience, because as we mentioned, the primary objective is to get through the experience without providing any sort of setback for the tourists or the artisans. They would be doing pretty much everything they do on a daily basis, but they would have a system that would seamlessly help them and put them on the same track. In here, I have provided a small diagram that does explain how the mobile application works. Now, on the first look, it might look complicated maybe. However, we can focus on the second line from the bottom, and now we see that we have 4 kinds of categories. We have info, where we will just be showing info of the application or how the application can be used. Then we have gallery. Now, in this part, the artisan would be able to upload his work. And he would be doing that very seamlessly by just selecting a picture he made, providing a name, and then clicking upload. And as soon as that is done, he can also review his work by going to show uploads. Next, we have landmarks. So in here, every one of the artisans will be having a landmark that they can put on the map, so they can be found by any tourist who likes their work or would like to purchase something from them. And then we have city chat. Now, this feature would be used in order for pretty much every tourist on the city to communicate with each other. And in that way, it would not just be a certain improvement on the experience, but it would also give the the community feeling, because we do understand that tourism is actually one of the activities that has not changed for a long time, and that is for a very good reason, because we do not travel to different places to do the same things that we do in our own home countries, but we actually travel for the experience. And why we do that? To take a break from all the online shopping and everything that happens on a daily basis. And we also do understand that the artisans would be willing to use every single thing that they have at their disposal without costing them funds or time, because most of their products take a lot of time to make. And we also understand that they can be rather on the expensive side. And now, if you put certain expenses on those products, the price would go even higher, which would make it very counterintuitive. Can we go on the next one? Right. The innovative approach that we took is by pretty much using most of the tools that we have already on hand and accessible. And that is pretty much by using real-life, tested and tried features such as cloud services. And pretty much the innovation itself lies within the way how we use these services. And how we do that is by pretty much implementing everything in one package, and no matter how complex the implementation of the background, the artisan and the user will be seeing a very minimal user interface that they will interact with, and that will definitely not interfere with their experience. We will also be providing a distraction-free service to give artisans a competitive advantage. Now, how do we do that? By giving them a specific platform, a platform where they will have their own locations, and they will not be mixed with, let's say, any other mass-producing company or a shopping mall. They will have a platform that somebody can sign in and get to the artisan they like without being sidetracked by anything going on the side. So they open the platform and all they have is artisans. Now, we're looking forward to expand the solution and pretty much refine everything. However, we agreed that the concept is to create something that works right away, right out of the box. And even though it can be scaled almost immediately in a matter of days to accommodate all kinds of not just artisans, but also, let's say, all kinds of different creators, we focused on the artisans because we believe that is one of the working categories that needs the best support right now. And it needs that without stepping out of their comfort zone. So it needs technology to work for their needs and not vice versa. Okay, the estimated cost of the proposed solution. The product that we created for the time being, it does not need additional development costs. So as we technically worked in 2 days, for the spirit of the competition, we only took 2 days. So it took us no money, so it's technically zero. However, even after it upscales, it will take way little compared to anything before. And with that being said, it makes it highly feasible by this sector, and also does not require the artisans to pay large amounts. And as I mentioned, cloud scaling, this is already scalable. And as it is scalable, it means that it can accommodate way more users in order to keep growing. And it will be very cheap for artisans, so we're talking about yearly subscription. It can be in a matter of 5 to 10 euros on yearly basis, or even less. Can we go to the next one? Okay, right. So at the very end, I do have a video that I would like to show, and that is the application working already. Now we also have the application working on a smartphone, and it uses all kinds of features. So I'll be going on the other side to explain it in a more detailed manner. Okay, so right here we have the application and we have the register form. So as you could see, the register form, it does not require a lot of things. So it only requires a username, password, and an email address, which will make artisans think about their decision to join us, considering how easy and seamless this can be. And of course, as we get to move forward on logging in, we are actually using one of the cloud services, which is authentication. And this is also a service that is offered for free. So pretty much everything that you will be seeing here is free of charge. So technically, the artisans will not have to pay additional fees. Now in here, we're showing just a simple info page. And what we see right now here is a very simplified version of our own welcome page. Now we have basically 3 categories. We have gallery, landmark, and city chat. And also we had the info page that we already saw. Now, as we move forward, we can see that by going to the different gallery, to the different section, we now see the locations. These locations will be taken by the system itself and placed upon the upload of their work. Now, this is the upload section where we get to select a preferred picture of the work that the artisans have, and then we can provide a name that we can upload to the storage, to the cloud storage that we will be using for the account. And we can also see the progress. It will be the progress bar just under the picture that will be showing us how much time has passed and the progress itself. So we can see that the picture is being uploaded. And now as the video progresses forward, we will also be able to see how the work will be shown. Now, there will be different highlights of work, but at different times of the day, different artisans will have their own work highlighted. So in that way, they will be having an equal opportunity to show to everyone. Now, this will be the city chat. Of course, it's deceitfully simple. However, everyone will be able to use it, and will have access to a real-time chat that they can use to pretty much get information from each other, or to be able to get more information about certain places. And now we get to use the accessibility features, such as, let's say, using voice to access different sections of the application. And I've implemented this for the sake of making it a much easier experience in order to navigate throughout the application. Now, this particular section, it has been created just as a test feature. Of course, it does have a few spaces in here, but it will be implemented by taking automatic information from every user. Let's say in this case, certain tourist, this will be on the tourist section. And if a certain tourist would need assistance, let's say would need health assistance, this section will be used to send data to the nearest emergency center. So then they would be able to intervene and provide them yet another service. Now, as we understand, of course, at the very beginning for the testing features, we provided these particular text boxes. However, in the very end, this will work as a simple button, so it can take the information and their location, and will be sending that to the nearest center. It will also use the location, so in that way, it will be way much easier for the tourist to be found. And if there's any further questions, I would be gladly taking them now.
I guess we don't have any questions, so thank you, Team Lighthouse. Next, we have Team Alta.
A što da ja mindru slajdet? Mindru slajdet. Neyse. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Altina Regia. I wanted to thank ICT for Kosovo for giving us this opportunity to share our ideas and knowledge. Just waiting for the...
Nuk munesh se o tu streamerat në online YouTube, nuk munesh në laptop tonë se janë kitë kabla të lidhme.
prezantimi më shumë madhërë. Kam një zbinë, ma e shtë.
Please accept my apologies. We're having some technical difficulties. We'll be ready in 1 minute tops. Thank you for your understanding.
For the waitings. So our team is made with me, Altina Regia, and Dafina Alshani, which were both recently graduates from University of Prizren Computer Science Department Software Design. Above from all 5 topics, we choose the 3rd topic, which is how to use ICT to facilitate the design and presentation of high-quality artisanal products. Why we choose this topic is because we think the artisanal products are left a bit behind in our country. With all the technology development, we can digitalize even this sector, which will benefit a lot in our economy. What is the plan for the functional description of the solution? With the technology transformation, there will be never an easier way to shop artisanal product than this time. For this reason, we plan to develop a new web application, which we named Artira. You might think, why this name? Because artisanal product's name comes from the origin of Latin, which is Artira. There will be a virtual form of a shopping center. There are going to be 3 parts, the seller part, user part, and the admin part. Sellers will have the opportunity to register, post their products, craft they have for sale. Also, they can manage the products and the orders users make. Users can register and browse everything from jewelry, home decor, clothing, then food. What makes this application more user-friendly, I think, is the feature where the user can communicate with the seller. There is a private message section where a user can communicate with the seller to ask any personalized product. This application gives artisanal creators a bigger platform to advertise and sell their products. The admin part is going to show the part of the manage users, manage sellers. Also, the admin part can't post products because this is a part of seller, but admin can only create new categories and subcategories. This application is going to help users save time by giving them an opportunity to buy unique products from the comfort of their own home. This is the homepage of our web application, which we are going to show later after this presentation. The technical architecture of this solution, we developed this idea from scratch. We use HTML, CSS, JavaScript as front-end technologies, PHP for the backend, and SQL for the implementation of database. Here we show the form of user account register and sign in. The innovative approach suggested, this web application is an innovative solution because it can be used to help artisanal not only in Prizren but in all above Kosovo. The estimated cost of the proposed solution, all that is left to do with our application is just small changes and to make it more secure and host it online. The cost for the host and payment services, as we did some research, is from 30 to 2,050 euros per month. Here are some contact details. Now I'm going to show to the jury the application since it's not working with the presentation. Dynamic web application, which every data comes from the database. Here we have some feature where we guarantee money back, free shipping, and special sale. Here are some products we added, most of them traditional. Here is the message part, which I mentioned before. The user can contact with a seller. So I'm going to log in as a user. Log as a user. Home. The user is logged in successfully. We're going to send a message from the user to the seller. We can choose the particular specified seller, which we choose dfood, is the business name. We add the subject and the description, what are we asking from the seller.
Directed to us, to seller, huh?
Yes, it will go to the seller part, which we are going to log in now and see the message. Yes, there are many sellers. Yes, it's a multi-vendor web application.
So directly goes to...
Yes, we're going to show. Here is the seller part where he can manage everything. Here we can see the message Dafina sent to us. He needs a necklace. Also here from the...
Only you can see.
Yeah, only the seller, the specified seller. Here we have the insert product part, which we add all the requested details for the product, and we can enter it. There is the manage products. It only shows the products that this seller has added. Order management, and we can log out. Now we can log in as an admin. We are the admin. At the same time, the admin can manage users. Here are placed all the users, or to say differently, customers.
Can edit users or insert?
No, users are only edited by themselves.
Okay. Can delete users?
No.
Why not?
I don't think there's a need for admin to delete users.
Yes, in some cases.
We can add that part.
They can bounce.
Yes.
Instead of deleting, maybe they can bounce.
The customer has the opportunity to edit and everything with their application. Here is the manage vendors. It shows the information for the vendors. He can create category, create, edit, and delete all in the same time. Dafina is going to create a category to show that this works. Category name, I can't think of some. No. She's creating a new category and she's gonna add the description.
Can you show it to camera?
The new category is inserted. Also, we can insert subcategories. We choose which category is the subcategory, and it will be added there. Now, let's go to the user part. So the user is logged in. Here it shows the name of the user.
Can we show the products
Yes.
that you buy in the cart?
Yes, go to the clothing and choose a product. The third one, for example. Here it shows the details.
Can you add any product?
Add to the cart.
He wants to see how to add the product.
The product is added to the cart and it tells the price. Okay. Thank you.
Moalda. Next, we have Enes Bayrami.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Enes Bayrami. I will be presenting my project, which is a Prison Cultural Heritage web application. And I would thank you, ICT for Kosovo Growth, for offering us this opportunity, as it is a very good idea to furthermore give prosperity to some ideas and our city. Continue with the next slide. As you can see, my team name is Plejada. I will later on explain why I chose that name. And the only member in this team am I, which together all with the past 2 or 3 days has been a very hectic hackathon and whatnotathon with me, because I had to collect all the data and worked all the project by myself, which has been a challenge, to be honest. Continue to the next slide. Topics I tackled include 3 from the previously given by ICT, which is tourism and artisanal production in rural areas, presentation of artisanal products, computerizing and automatization of tourism. So this is these are the topics which my idea was based on. Continue with the next slide. The description of our problem, of the problem I tackled, is that we united 3 important components, which were tourism, promotion of all crafts, artisanal, and tradition. We offered the opportunity for potential tourists from Europe to get to know prison culture, tradition, crafts with a single click on our platform. Continue. It is a web-based project, and the innovative part of it is because we have an improved solution, a more comprehensive solution, and a broader approach to the objective provided. Continue, please, with the next slide. what do we offer with this application, with this idea? So our application replaces the needs of a travel guide, of books, of maps, of brochures, etc. As we all have it all in one platform provided for the visitors, tourists, and all the interesting parties. Continue on that. As far as the costs are concerned, I divided the costs in two parts, which were creating the actual platform, the web application, and the field work. It should be around from $450 to $800, depending on how much material it's needed to upload on the site. And now, since I already uploaded my web page on the internet, you can also visit it from your smartphones or your computers here. And I would like to continue with the presentation of the actual web page. I hope you can hear me since I had this. One thing that I think was innovative or new, at least to this whole idea, is that we combined as well culture and prison heritage in this prison. The name I chose for this website or web application is Pleiada, and the reason I chose that name is because all the contents provided on this page, because I couldn't possibly make it in just two days time to collect all these pictures, locations, and information. I contacted a NGO, a non-government organization, which already had previously worked on this, but they lacked the platform to provide their information. So with this web application, their work can be seen from everyone on the internet and is available and provides many details. As you can see from the banner at the beginning, we have news, culture, heritage, tradition, and videos. And regarding today's topic, I think we can go to tradition and maybe see some of the elements we posted there. Some of the pictures and components. We have gallery of tradition, old traditional customs, article pages, old houses in prison. We have also, if you go to culture, I think, artifacts in the prison region. Somewhere in these galleries is, of course, food. We couldn't proceed with our presentation without having a word said on the traditional foods made here. You can open this link. And we can see here a gallery of special artisanal products that were used in old prison. We have somewhere here our link to old prison, where a tourist can gather a whole idea of how prison used to look like 200 years ago, 115 years ago. So these products you see here make much more sense when you have the traditional background and the historical background all together with the cultural and heritage tradition we offer. So without further ado, I think that sums up my presentation. Thank you for the large number for present here.
Thank you, Enes.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes, just one moment, please.
Questions?
Actually, yeah, I do have a question. You already mentioned on the presentation that we can see the web page. As far as I can see from the web page, you are showing to us an already made web page. Are we really sure that you did the presentation? So to be fair to every other team member that we have been working for the past days.
This web page has been actually made in the past days here, and as far as the web page is concerned, it is made. As far as the contest is concerned, it has been not gathered in the past 2 days because it couldn't be possible to gather on the content.
Yeah, but the idea of the competition is to show us something that we have made for the 2 to 3 days, because we can also represent an already made app.
This is made.
This is not made on the past 2 to 3 days, because it is impossible to be made. That's why it needs to be fair for every other team member that we have been working for the past days. This is also a hosted web page, which needs additional cost to host a web page, which goes around 1,000 euros with a Dash Arcus, which means Republica Kosovas. And we are not allowed to use that if we aren't part of any ministry, which this page is a part of ministry.
This page is, as previously mentioned, made with collaboration with the NGO provided there, as they already had the platform, as they already had the content and the previously gathered informations or details needed for this to be uploaded.
Yeah, but as we can see, this was made on 2018. Not on the past 2 to 3 days. I don't want to assault you. I just want this competition to be fair.
Okay,
to
it
everyone.
is fair. Maybe some details, because due to the short time, couldn't be updated or properly presented. But this is the past few days made project.
Yeah, as I made the presentation earlier, hi, it's Arvid again. I'm definitely not going to dispute this one. However, if we're talking about solutions that were impossible to be made in, let's say, the previous 2 days, and the fairness, let's also talk about, let's say, some demos that do not probably work right now. So, yeah, Fiona, why don't you run that application on a real mobile phone that you made? And then, as that works, I'm pretty sure we can also dispute this one. Now, why do I'm saying that? Yes, in the spirit of the competition, I too believe everything should be equal. And I also do believe that, yes, we all should rely on hard work and effort. So let us all do that. Thank you very much.
Hey, if I can address really quickly this, I need to stress this point again. The NGO Pleiada has previously worked on gathering all this information, but they lacked the platform to upload their content. So with this project, we combined the two. Since I was alone on my team, I needed help, so I combined the previously research done and the elements gathered by the NGO. So because of the amount of the content on this web page uploaded, I mentioned that it was a collaboration with the association previously mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Enes. Thank you. Next, last but not least, we have the team of Made with Merak.
Я по интерим пор сотен. Я момент по кто и по фоли. Йо. Я сигур. Hello, my name is Nisa Mustafa. As you can see, the previous projects was made by Merak, and now it's a little bit to focus on cyber security and the cryptography algorithms. Let we know the encyclopedist Evliya Çelebi, a poet from the 16th century. He was a poetess and saying came to see pleasant city because he has developed not only literature but also the art of music and artisanal products. The strategic goal is to integrate ICT with tourism that will enable more accessibility, visibility of information, availability of variety products, and certification. Effective website security requires design and effort across the whole of the web city. In my web application, the configuration of the web server, the policies for creating and reviewing password and client-side account. As you can see in diagram, I have focused much more on cryptography algorithm let's win on cybersecurity vulnerabilities and cyber attacks. And we have on web traffics in security way in HTTPS. The technical article of the solution, the application was developed from scratch. The most important part here is the security of cryptography website, and users is needed a cloud database, and we are focused much more on cloud security services. This solution was developed by paying attention the most sensitive values in order to increase the production of artisans in our city, and we emphasize the safe buys and hotel reservation of tourists. Prizren is a multi-ethnic city. They live together with a different culture. We have the old traditional makeup in Jupa village. The traditional is said to ward of a bit like that final result is a work of art, and you can find the artists who make this makeup. And we have all traditional foods in Prizren when the Ramadan special from Prizren, and we have traditional old customers with in one the homemade customers of artisanal. This solution will eliminate licensing costs, and our artisanal products will really expand to global framework. And at the same time, thanks to easy solution, it will increase the number of tours of our city. Cybercrime costs, including damage and destruction of data, stolen money, lost productivity, left of intellectual property, left of personal and financial data, implicit fraud, post-attack distribution to the normal courses of business, forensic investigation, restoration, and deletion of hacked and data system and representation hand. I can't see you the website because I'm most focused on cyber security, on cryptography algorithm, and for this we have to need some extra equipment to solve you this product.
Thank you, made with Merak. Now we will have a short break so the judges can decide who's going to be the winner, and we will be back in 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. I would like to introduce Edita Krasnici, who's going to introduce the winners for the hackathon today. Ms. Edita.
Thank you very much. We will start from the second place. According to the scoring that our jury had, the sixth place is for the team Made with Merak. We invite the Made for Merak team here, and also the award will be presented by Ms. Medisa Karavidai. The prize for the sixth place is €100. Congratulations. The fifth place is for the team Lighthouse. We invite team Lighthouse here, and Mr. Daniel Pasalakwa from Lux Development to give the award to this group. You're welcome. Congratulations, thank you. The fourth group is Team Enes Bayrami, and the award will be given by Mr. Arbor Beshiri from the University of Prizren. Congratulations. Sixth place, fifth, and fourth had the award from €100, and now we will have the third place, which will get €400, and the winner of the third group of the third place is the team Tourist Guide. We invite the tourist guide and also the mayor of municipality of Prizren, Professor Mutahir Haskuka, to present the award. Thank you very much. The second place goes to Team Tech Phantom. We invite the team here, Tech Phantom, and Ms. Violca Chavoli to present the award.
It's a pleasure. So it's €400 for a beautiful team here. And I like to see a female there, of course. Congratulations. Thank you. This is for you. And let's take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we invite our expert, key expert from the project ICT for Kosovo's Growth, Mr. Gurhan Hatipoglu, to present the first place to Group ALDA.
Congratulations.
Thank you to whole team. We are not. We still have some presents for our honored guests. The present will be awarded by Mr. Ahmet Yetullahu. We invite the mayor again, the mayor of municipality of Prizren. Okay, another award we have for another guest of ours, Mr. Daniel Pasalacqua from Lux Development. And for this award, we invite our team leader, Mr. Grigoris Konsoglou, to award this present for our guest.
Okay. No, I want to celebrate this award. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't remember if in the past I received any other award since I came to Kosovo, but after 6 years, I'm very thankful to the organizations who made possible this event to give me this award. And my name is spelled correctly and was pronounced also correctly by the presenters. Thank you very much. And it is written for his commendable achievements and significant contributions in the national reform of the TVET national system and the development of ICT and digital sector in Kosovo. I thank Pristina Rea, STIC, COS ICT and your project, Grigorios, for providing this award. I will keep it very precious on my desk and I will be proud of it every day when I see it. Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. We have one more present. It's the last present, but not the least one, for our special partner and colleague and friend, Ms. Violca Chavole.
This is a surprise. This is the first time for me that I am accepting an award. Daniel. Okay, what can I say? It's beautiful. Thank you very much. I'm touched. Thank you.
Dear Violca, it has been some time that we grew together as IC sector. However, the IC for Kosovo's growth is a concept that we want to spread all over, locally, internationally. And now for 2 years, IC for Kosovo growth has become a small baby of KOS ICT Festival as well. And we'll continue together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are staying here and inviting all the others to come here with us and to have one family picture all together. Family picture all together.
Family picture. Okay.
Yes. Teams also all here.
Everybody. I don't need the mic. Definitely. I don't need the mic.
all for being here. We will be back at 5 o'clock with the Dota tournaments, so stay tuned.